கடைசி தொடங்கல.
தொடங்கவே இல்லையா?
6 மணிக்கு தான். டெய்லி 4 மணிக்கு 6 மணிக்கு.
in prayer and calling the president. Just inauguration of AMS wing in Pollachi. I call upon Dr. Saktivel, President of IMA Pollachi, to welcome Dr. Rajesh Babu, Chairman AMS wing, ENSB Tamil Nadu.
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கங்கள். பொள்ளாச்சி ஐஎம்ஏ சார்பாக அனைவரையும் வருக வருக என்று மனமோந்து அழைக்கின்றோம். இப்பொழுது நம்மளுடைய மெயின் பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரி ஓரேஷனுக்கு முன்னாடி இனாகுரேஷன் ஆஃப் ஏஎம்எஸ் டாக்டர் ராஜேஷ் பாபு, chairman AMS, has come to inaugurate a function. So I welcome Dr. Rajesh Babu, chairman AMS.
Good evening, everyone. I welcome you all for the inauguration of the Indian Medical Association Academy of Medical Specialties in the Pollachi. The Academy of Medical Specialties is a wing of Indian Medical Association. I am the chairman of the program. I welcome you all for this inauguration of IMAM's Pollachi chapter. About the slides. Sir, next slide move agada. The IMAMS TNSB, I am the chairman, and Dr. S. Jayaraman is the secretary, and Adar Sendil Kumar is the joint secretary. Next. What is the objective of the IMAMS is to acknowledge the talent, expertise, and experience in all specialties, to formulate policies and make suggestions and recommendations in the matter of medical education training, to promote teaching, training, and continuing medical education of its members on its ongoing basis, to devise ways and means to encourage group studies, cooperative activities, research project in both the methodology of educational techniques and field research into disease and disease complex, to compile educational material, including publication of literature, periodicals, and bulletins and books. The types of the AMS membership is life membership. Life membership is the main thing in which the postgraduate qualification recognized by the medical council we should be having. The diploma or degree holders are eligible to become the members of the life member of the IMAMS. And the other memberships are associate life membership, ordinary membership, overseas membership, and honorary members. Next. The life members of the IMA possessing postgraduate qualification of the recognized by the Medical Council of India, or any postgraduate qualification awarded by national foreign institutions or academies as approved by the Governing Council of Academies shall be eligible for enrollment under this category. The membership fee is only 1,180 rupees. I request all the specialists who are in the Pollachi to become member, because we may be having more than 150 to 200 specialties. Please, I have got the application forms. I request you to become the member, because the membership fee is only 1,180 rupees only. Next. There are different courses are available. We are conducting different courses in ophthalmology, spine surgery, upper GI endoscopy, laparoscopy, rheumatology, interventional pulmonology, and infertility. These courses can be conducted by the IMA-AMS members as such. We are now conducting the laparoscopic courses. We are conducting the diabetic retinopathy courses. We are conducting. Next slide. These courses are not recognized by Medical Council, but this is to facilitate the Indian Medical Association members at least to have the knowledge of the particular specialties. That is why we are having these courses. Next. The branch chapters of the IMAMS. If the branch which is having more than 20 members in the IMAMS can start a chapter. That's why we are starting a chapter today now here in Pollachi. So there are around 50 branches are having the IMAMS branch chapters are there. Each branch can have the chairman, vice chairman, and secretary. Next. The other things are what available is there is one the fellowship degree, fellow of Indian Medical Association, Academy of Medical Specialties. FAAMS is available. Now is that the applications are called for, and the application fee is 8,850 only. And those who are that can be applied before 31st October 2024, and the fellowships can be awarded by the IMAMS headquarters. Next slide. For FAMs to get, we should be live members of IMA. The live membership of Academy of Medical Specialties, IMA, AMS, and practice in the specialty for at least for 10 years. And academic achievements should be good, and uninterrupted continuance of membership should be there. Next slide. There is one thing called as honorary professorship also is available. Professors of IMA possessing eligibility criteria should be the postgraduate qualification, and they should have completed 25 years in that field, so that they will sponsor the professorship as such. That is a benefit that is available in the IMA AMS. I request all the members to become members of the IMA AMS and use the services of the FIAMS, the fellowship of AMS degree, and also the honorary professorship. Next slide. Thank you. Now I take this opportunity to inaugurate the IMA AMS Pollachi wing.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Babu. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Kaushik.
Good evening, everyone. In this pleasant evening, with the blessings of Almighty in the form of rain showers, we welcome you all. Now, let us start our program with the blessings of Almighty by lighting Kuttuvalak. We call upon IMA President Shaktivel sir, IMA Secretary Soundarajan sir, Professor Rajasapavati sir, APSI National President Hari Venkatramani sir, TANPAPS President Pasupati sir for lighting Kuttuvalak and take over the dais.
गुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं गुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जन दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जन दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुराव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुराव्ययः देहि पुत्रांश पतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समाप्य यावत् सूर्योदयः रवेरस्तं समाप्य यावत् सूर्योदयः यस्य गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं गुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं गुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Next, we have collaring of IMA president. Now we have physician prayer.
மருத்துவரின் பிரார்த்தனை. எல்லாம் வல்ல இறைவா, உலகின் சிறந்த மருத்துவன் நீயே. உன்னை மண்டியிட்டு வணங்குகின்றேன். உன்னிடமிருந்து நல்லதும் சிறந்ததும் என்னை அடைய பிரார்த்திக்கின்றேன். எனது கரங்களுக்கு திறமையை தாரும். எனது மனதிற்கு தெளிவான பார்வையை தாரும். இதயத்திற்கு இரக்கத்தையும் கனிவையும் தாரும். எனக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்ட சிறப்பு தகுதியை தக்க வைக்கும் எண்ணம், வாடும் மக்கள் படும் பாட்டினை சிறிதலாவது போக்கிட ஒன்றுபட்ட எண்ணத்தையும் வலிமையையும் தாரும். என் மனத்திலிருந்து தகாத எண்ணங்களையும் உலகளவு ஆசையும் அறவே ஒதுக்கி பணி செய்திட அருளுமாறு குழந்தை போன்று உன்னை சார்ந்து வேண்டுகின்றேன். இந்திய மருத்துவ சங்கம் வேண்டுதல். எல்லோரும் மகிழ்வுடன் வாழ, எல்லோரும் நலமுடன் வாழ, வலியெனும் தொல்லை நீங்கி அல்லல் செய்யும் இன்னல் நீங்க, பேராசை பிரதிபயன் அகற்றி பிணி போக்கும் பெரும்பணி ஆற்றுவோம்.
Welcome address for this evening by our IMA Pollachi President, Dr. Shaktivel sir.
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கங்கள். இந்த இனிய விழாவிலே கலந்து கொள்வதற்காக தமிழகம் முழுவதும் உள்ள பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜன்ஸ், டாக்டர்ஸ் அனைவரையும் இந்திய மருத்துவ சங்கம் பொள்ளாச்சி கிளையின் சார்பாக வருக வருக என்று வரவேற்கின்றோம். இன்று பொள்ளாச்சி கிளை ஒரு பெருமிதம் கொள்கின்றது. ப்ரொஃபசர் டாக்டர் எஸ் ராஜசபாபதி அவர்களுடைய ஓரேஷன் இங்கு பிள்ளையார் சொல்லி போட்டு ஆரம்பிக்கப்படுகின்றது. அந்த பெருமை எங்கள் பொள்ளாச்சி கிளைக்கு கிடைத்ததற்கு எங்களுக்கு மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. அந்த பெருமை டாக்டர் கௌசிக்கே சேரும். He only arranged all these things. And I think IMA பிரான்ச்ல இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஒர்க் ஷாப் அண்ட் லைவ் இது நடக்கிறது இதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் நினைக்கிறேன். மேபி ப்ரீ கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஒர்க் ஷாப் எல்லா பக்கம் நம்ம பார்த்துருக்கிறோம். பட் IMA நடக்கிறது இதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம். அதுவும் டாக்டர் கௌசிக், சங்கமித்ரா அண்ட் அவங்க டீம் தான் நல்ல பல முயற்சிகள் எடுத்து சில மாதங்களாக இதுக்கு அரும்பாடுபட்டு இதை நல்லபடியாக இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இப்போ ஐ வெல்கம் டாக்டர் கார்த்திகேயன், ப்ரொஃபசர் வி ரமாதேவி, டாக்டர் செல்வ சீதாராமன், டாக்டர் ஸ்கந்தஸ் ஷாம் சுந்தர், டாக்டர் NP சாந்தமோகன், டாக்டர் பாலகுமார் மற்றும் the dignitaries and the delegates on the dais and off the dais, and also the other members from the nearby IMA branches. We welcome you wholeheartedly. I pray the God for the success of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome address for the plastic surgery CME inauguration by Dr. Kaushik sir.
Good evening, one and all. It's a historic day in the history of IMA Pollachi and Plastic Surgeons of Pollachi. We have successfully finished the morning pre-conference microsurgery workshop for the first time. It went on really well attended by 30 postgraduates across the all medical colleges. Before we formally inaugurate this event, a moment of remembrance for the legendary Professor Samsi Bose sir, who recently passed away, and let's give him an obituary by observing a minute of silence. Thank you. As this slide says, once a legend, always a legend. So World Plastic Surgery Day concept was mainly focused to tell about what as plastic surgeons we are doing to the general public and practitioners across various specialties. It was initially found as National Plastic Surgery Day a decade ago, and it was named by none other than Professor Rajasabapathy sir, and which has gained a global acceptance as World Plastic Surgery Day. From this year, with the efforts of our beloved President, National President Dr. Hari sir, it is being celebrated as Plastic Surgery Week. For the last 1 week, it is being conducted across countries with various activities like free surgeries, camps, screenings, social media projections, all modes. So I welcome you all for this wonderful meeting, which is garnered by stalwarts from plastic surgery. So I welcome the National President, State President, other senior professors, members of IMA Pollachi, Udumalpet, Coimbatore, and all of you for this grand event. So let's not waste time in anything, and we'll start this and make it a grand occasion. Thank you.
I request the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Rajasabapathy sir, to address the gathering.
Sometimes, sometimes you get overawed by the love and affection you are given by your colleagues and your students. I think I should say this is one such occasion. So I should thank the IMA of Pollachi and the Plastic Science of Pollachi for getting this day together. And when I was the president of the APSA, when I conceived this idea of a National Plastic Surgery Day, it was to make the public aware as to what we do. And a few years before the American Society of Plastic Surgeons, there is a leadership council meeting where all the presidents of the state, various countries joined together. And in that time, it was this concept was very well appreciated, and it was taken as the World Plastic Surgery Day. And it is nice that they continue to take on the same date as July 15th as the World Plastic Surgery Day. So what we really want to do is the talent in our country is phenomenally good. And what it really requires is that it has to be organized, and whatever it is we are capable of, it has to reach the masses where it is intended to do. And with that idea, this plastic, I think a lot of people have taken this in a great measure, and they're conducting it in a very great manner. And Dr. Hari, who is becoming the president of the Plastic Science of India this year, I think he made a very novel idea of, he said 15 July 2024, he said we will do 15,724 free surgeries throughout the country. So it's not possible to do this in one day. So he said we'll do it over the whole week. And it is so heartening to find the reports coming in from various parts of the country as to what they are all doing. I think it's when all of us stand as one, I think we are able to achieve a lot together. So I should thank Lord Almighty for having this going. And thank you so much. I particularly should thank all the plastic science and the members of the IMA of Pollachi for doing this honor. Thank you so much.
Now, our IMA Pollachi President, Dr. Shaktivel sir, will honor Professor Rajasabapathy sir. Next, special address by our National APSI President, Dr. Hari Venkatramani sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I think both Dr. Kaushik and Dr. Sabapathy have highlighted the importance of this week and the day. And I'm very happy and fortunate to be here. I always used to think when no politics involved, but whenever Modi has to go for Diwali, where does he go? So he always goes to either with the Jawans or in some place. So Pollachi has been very close to our heart because my daughter studied here in Karpugam. And I thought, as they say, charity begins at home. Nothing like being here when world over people are celebrating. So it's like a Tiruvila we call in Tamil. So it's a plastic surgery Tiruvila happening all across the world. We are not only having participants from India, we have got the neighboring countries, including Singapore today. They have also started going to celebrate on July 15th. So practically all across all parts of the world, they are celebrating. The other reason also is a very important day today because both my mentor and guide, Dr. Sabapati, in his name, the oration has been named, a very apt oration. And also, I can see a future rising star, a future Dr. Sabapati in Kaushik here, who has spearheaded the microsurgery because I think it's very difficult. I used to always listen to Dr. Sabapati's speeches in 98, 97, 98 in both the Goa meeting. I don't know whether he remembers Goa and Calcutta, where he used to always talk about tier 2 city, tier 2 city. At that time, I had no idea what is tier 2 city. So if Coimbatore is a tier 2 city, then I don't know what we'll call Pollachi then. But then to bring microsurgery to Pollachi, I think it's a very big landmark achievement. And I see that future belongs to smaller cities and world over, and including our country. Post-COVID, we have realized the importance of developing our cities, and it will be much more easier and better to put Pollachi on the microsurgery map. So I congratulate the whole team here. And I also am very happy that Dr. G. Karthikeyan, a close friend and colleague, and we have been over 2 decades, and he's giving this oration, and it's a right choice by the Pollachi team. So congratulate Dr. G. Karthikeyan also. And I wish you all a great evening. And I also congratulate all the speakers and wish, and I am sure that they will do a good job and give a good speeches, and you will learn a lot. And let us all celebrate the World Plastic Surgery Day on 15th. Our aim was everyone tell 10 more people what is plastic surgery. So all non-plastic surgeons sitting here, when you, after the end of this day, please tell 10 people whom you know what is plastic surgery. So I think that will carry the word and they will carry our specialty much ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. IMA Secretary Dr. Soundarajan sir will honor Hari Venkatraman sir. Now I call upon TANPAP's State President Dr. Pasupati sir to address the gathering.
உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எனது மாலை வணக்கம். பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரி எடுக்கும்போது நானும் டாக்டர் ராசபாதியும் ஒன்றாகத்தான் படித்தோம். அப்பொழுதிருந்தே டாக்டர் ராசபாதி அப்சர்வ் பண்ணி பார்த்து கொண்டு தான் இருக்கிறேன். இஸ் அன் ஆப்டிமிஸ்ட், ஆல்வேஸ் ஆப்டிமிஸ்டிக்காக அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுவார். ஸோ இஸ் ஷோயிங் எ வெரி குட் ப்ராக்ரஸ். Plastic surgery is what we saw on the other day was tip of an iceberg. ஒரு நுனி மட்டும்தான் மேலே தெரிய மாதிரி இருந்தது. தொழில் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்க தான் டாக்டர் ராசபாதி சொல்வது போல நிறைய விஷயங்கள் வெளிவந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. அப்பொழுது பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரி என்றால் ஒன்றும் இல்லை, பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரி காஸ்மெட்டிக் சர்ஜரி, இது திரை வாங்க முடியாது அப்படி இருந்த காலம். பட் எஸ் டேஸ் பாஸ் ஆன் நாளாக இப்பொழுதுதான் பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரியுடைய முக்கியத்துவம் நிறைய இருக்கிறது. இது தொழில் செய்யும் பொழுதுதான் அதனுடைய ரகசியங்கள் வெளியே வருகின்றன. அதுக்கு உறுதுணையாக இருப்பது மருத்துவ உலகம்தான். நிறைய மருத்துவர்கள் வந்து கேட்கும்போது தான் நமக்கு சம்திங் கேன் பி டன், சம்திங் நியூ சுட் பி டன். இந்த மாதிரி போயிட்டே இருக்கும்போது தான் என்னுடைய கிட்டத்தட்ட 28-30 வருஷம் பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரி தொழிலில் நான் மிகவும் திருப்திகரமாக தொழில் செய்து வருகிறேன். இந்த மாதிரி தான் எல்லா மருத்துவம் இருக்க வேண்டும், எல்லா தொழிலும் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஆசைப்படுகிறேன். ஸோ எந்த தொழில் ஆரம்பித்தாலும் செய்ய வேண்டுமா செய்ய வேண்டாமா, செய்தால் என்ன ஆகும், செய்யாவிட்டால் என்ன ஆகும், செய்தால் எவ்வளவு செய்யலாம், எப்பொழுது செய்யலாம், அதனுடைய பலன் என்ன, இந்த மாதிரி பல கேள்விகளை கேட்டால் கண்டிப்பாக தொழிலில் விருத்தி அடையலாம். தொழிலில் மட்டுமல்ல, வாழ்க்கையிலும் விருத்தி அடையலாம் என்பது என்னுடைய அனுபவம். ஆகவே இந்த மேடையில் எனக்கு சில வார்த்தைகள் பேச அனுமதி சந்தர்ப்பம் கொடுத்த டாக்டர் கௌஷிக் சங்கமித்ரா அனைவருக்கும், ஐஎம்ஏ மெம்பர்ஸ் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Now our IMA President, Dr. Shaktivel sir, will honor Pasupati sir. Now we request Professor Dr. Rajasabapathy sir to honor the faculties of today's workshop. Dr. Jaikumar sir, Dr. Ilankumaran sir, Dr. Rajashanmu Krishnan sir, and Dr. Swaroop sir.
So that concludes our inauguration ceremony. Now we are straight into the CME and oration. I request Dr. Sangamitra to introduce the speaker to this audience.
Good evening, everyone. India has celebrated National Plastic Surgery Day for the past decade, and the roots for what is now as an internationally recognized day can be found in the efforts planted decades ago. Genesis of World Plastic Surgery Day celebration all started in 2011 when Dr. Rajasabapathy sir was the president of Association of Plastic Surgeons of India. In a survey conducted, the awareness of plastic surgery and its specialties the awareness of plastic surgery and its specialties, the problems it addresses were very less among general public and also among medical fraternity. To expand the outreach of specialty, then President of APSI, Dr. Rajasabapathy sir, thought if an individual can do something, there is a limit to achieve. But as a collective body, if at one particular time and one particular day, if every plastic surgeon does something, then world will make a note. That was the idea of genesis of National Plastic Surgery Day. Through the activities initiated like free surgeries, camps, social awareness programs, social media awareness, CME, the concept of National Plastic Surgery Day celebration got a great global recognition that National Plastic Surgery Day expanded to World Plastic Surgery Day in 2021. It is a great privilege for us, and to honor it, plastic surgeons of Pollachi feel delighted to introduce Professor Dr. Rajasabapathy oration and medal. To deliver the prestigious oration for this year, we have one of the eminent plastic surgeon and an untiring teacher, Professor Dr. G. Karthikeyan sir, HOD, Department of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery, Omandurar Multi-Super Specialty Hospital, Chennai. Sir has ardent love for teaching and unique way of delivering knowledge to next generation. Sir's YouTube channel, GK Hand Surgery, has got more than 33,000 followers and expanding day by day. Sir is also renowned for his interest in Tirukural and relating it to our medical field. Success and excellence doesn't come without consistency, determination, and capacity to face failures. So, Professor GK sir is a perfect example to deliver today's oration. Welcome you, sir.
Vanakkam, Vanakkam Pollachi. Perhaps the best place to talk about dreams, aspirations is Pollachi, because here ordinary water can aspire and dream to become the sweetest water in the form of coconut water. And an ordinary person can aspire, dream, and become a leading philanthropist, industrialist, and the industrialist of the country. Such is the beauty of Pollachi. So it is very ideal that all these people have dreamed. They have dreamed and achieved. And that is what we're going to talk about today. As our president, APJ Abdul Kalam said, dare to dream. Not the dream that you see in your sleep, but the dream that does not let you sleep. These people too dreamed. They had individual dreams too. This is not. They had individual dreams. A mother's dream and the father had a dream. Bharati ennum Marudan. But together they had a dream. And that was the formation of Ganga Hospital, of which Professor S. Rajasabapati had a big role to play. So it is a great honor to be delivering this oration, Professor S. Dr. Rajasabapati oration, the first oration, and thanks to Dr. Kaushik Kumar, Dr. Sanghamitra, Dr. Swarup, and Dr. Purani for this occasion to deliver this oration at the IMA Pollachi, on the 13th of July. As chairman of the division of plastic surgery, hand and reconstructive microsurgery and burns at Ganga Hospital, Coimbatore, he started off quite normally, like how other people do. Then he did his MCH in plastic surgery in 1985 from Stanley, and then his FRCS in 1989 from Edinburgh, and then fellowship in hand and microsurgery from the United States at Louisville. He must have had some dreams. You cannot achieve these things without dreams. He has become the president. He has been the president of the Association of Plastic Surgeons of India, the president of the Indian Society for Surgery of the Hand, Indian Society for Reconstructive Microsurgery, and the president-elect of the International Federation of Society for Surgery of the Hand. So he has gone to the international level as far as the hand is concerned. And when you talk about the hand, we are reminded of the head. You can see the difference between, you can see the similarity in the head and shape and size and shape of the heads. But please do not be carried away, because the dreams in each of these heads is different. Can I request the president, the organizers of this conference, of this oration, please don't make this as a criteria for orators. So if you look at this, the dreams may be different. The dream in one hand can be how to inspire and motivate people. The dream on the other hand, when are they going to serve dinner? So the dreams may be different. But speaking seriously, this young man, when he started off, he had dreams too. He had a big dream. Like all middle-class people, we don't dream of tangible things. You're not going to dream of, I want to buy a Lamborghini. I want to become the president of the country. We don't have dreams like that. As middle-class people, we want to achieve success. That is all. And this is the biggest dream of all, because there is no cap on it. So as we say, Vaname Yellai, that is our dream. And this dream could be achieved in small steps only. And these small steps are what I'm going to talk about. Okay, okay. So can I go to the previous slide, please? Previous slide. Yeah, next. That's all. Please stop. So I'm going to talk about chasing my dreams and the lessons that the small steps taught me. Next. My dream as I did my MCH, next, was to do surgery on the hand. That is because I was inspired by this lady, my teacher, Dr. Nirmala Subramaniam, who used to do wonderful surgery on the hand. For instance, when I used to watch her doing the surgery, it used to remind me of Moses when he stood in front of the Red Sea and it parted. I always felt that the plains opened up in front of her knife. Next. A good teacher teaches. Great teachers inspire. This was one inspirational teacher. Next. And she taught the basics. She said success lies in relentless execution of the basics. And she said, your foundation has to be great. Yes, I followed it. I followed all the basics. Next. And my dream was to do a successful replantation. This is a pretty small dream for you. Next. Please don't go fast. Yeah. I did a replantation. You can see that it has failed. Next. Not once. I failed again. I failed again. I failed 18 times in a row. I failed 18 times in a row. Next slide. Some people stop because it's hard. Some people start because it's hard. I wanted to stop because it's hard. But unfortunately, I was pushed into the latter category because I was told, next. I was told to go to Ganga Hospital for 3 weeks. Just go there and observe. I went there. I did not believe that I could learn anything better. Next. This was the dinner that I was given. Just 3 weeks in August 2003, I came to Ganga Hospital. And after I got back, I talked about the Ganga experience at Stanley Hospital where I was working. Next. This was on September 5th. On September 6th morning at 9 o'clock, there was an amputation of the right upper limb, left upper limb in a young girl. So I started that at 9 a.m. and finished at 6 p.m. Next. The next amputation came at 6 p.m. and we went on till 3 a.m. Next. And next. After a string of 18 failures, I had a double dhamaka, a record of sorts at Stanley Hospital. After failing for 18 times, suddenly a record was created. So everybody asked me, how did this happen? What did you learn there that has made you successful? Next. The right perspective makes the impossible possible. That is what I said. It is not a tangible thing that I heard, that I learned. It was the perspective. Next. So then I thought I'll enjoy doing the replants. That is when this happened. Next. Next. You get all these sort of things for replant. Next. 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 Yeah. So these were the challenges that... Now this again made me very uncomfortable. Oh my God, I wanted to do a nice simple replantation and enjoy it. But why is it that I get amputations like this? Very uncomfortable. Next. To be outstanding, you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. That is what I learned. Here, next. The problem was decision making. Next. Decision making. So I made it very easy. Just follow the Nike logo. You know the Nike tagline. Just do it. If there is an amputation, whatever the condition, do it. Next. So I was able to succeed. Next. In all these, by modifying the technique, by modifying what you have learned, what my professors taught me, the basics. Next. So a thumb amputation. Next. An amputation with a loss of a segment, and we could get good results. Next. Next. And even a toe amputation. This could also be replanted. Next. So you need to dream of success. Next. Believe you can do it. learn the concepts and learn it from wherever, whoever you can. That is very important. There was a study done to find out where the students learned most. And you would see that big 70.6%. Next. Further training like observership and fellowship. That is what helped me to get success where I had been failing often. Next. So you need to change your way of thinking. If you have been working at a place, go somewhere else, learn something. There is always something new to learn, however small or however big the place is. Next. So the next dream after doing a replantation was microsurgery. And this is when the next teacher popped up. I never learned directly under him. I never visited the course. Next. The rapid free flaps harvested that he did around 2003, 2004. I never attended course, but I was Ekalivan. Because the postgraduates who attend the course used to bring back videos. I used to watch those videos and try to perfect my technique. Next. So that is when I learned to do the microsurgical technique. Yes. So this I could do. Or next. A reconstruction like this. But next. After one conquest, after learning how to do microsurgery, next, you need to go on to the next goal. You cannot stop. Next. So in this patient with a Folkman's ischemic contracture, a lawyer who came to me saying, please do something, sir. So now my dream was to make this hand work. How would I do it? This hand had no bone, had no vascularity. What am I supposed to do? And a lawyer too. That is a little scary. But however, I explained to him, went ahead. Next. You can see the muscle that has been raised. Next. And this was the result that we got. In fact, he's so happy that he does all our documentation work for us now free of charge. Next. Next came the bone. You had to reconstruct bone. That could be done with the fibula. And that was possible. Next. That could be possible with the next step. And finally, next. A condition like this, where you have an amputation of the thumb and you do a toe transfer. It is so happy, it is so satisfying to see the patient write with that hand, with that reconstructed thumb. This is what the importance of rehabilitation and the importance of motivation that was given by the mother of this 8-year-old boy. Next. So that brings us to step 3, Kaizen, which actually means change for the good. Next. Kaizen actually, please go to the previous. Philosophy of continuous movement, becoming 1% better every day. That takes you to 100%. Next. Oh, okay. Yeah. This talk is actually about the dreams of an ordinary man. The dreams that you and I have. All these dreams, which we can all achieve with small steps. And the small steps can teach you so many lessons. And those are the lessons I have tried to include in this talk. One of the lessons is, if the electricity, if power is gone, keep waiting. Sometimes don't stop, keep talking. more difficult areas, I found that C567 is not just one step more difficult than C56. It is many steps more difficult. Next. So the results, next, could not be achieved. So I need to achieve this better. Next. So in a total palsy, this was the next. Next. This was the total palsy patient of the right upper limb. Next. And this was the result after almost 1.5 years. But still, next, there is a long way to go because he's got a flexion which is of no use. It's internally rotated. So you need to do something. Next. To succeed, you don't need talent. You need discipline. If only talented people should succeed, there will be very few people succeeding. Next. So I realized that the role of free functioning muscle transfer is so good. So I decided to get back elbow flexion and finger flexion using a free functioning gracilis muscle transfer. And that is what we did. Next. We must never stop dreaming. Dreams provide nourishment for the soul, just as a meal does for the body. Next. So what next? We can all amass wealth. That's what we all do. And we also gain knowledge. Next. But next. Can we give away the wealth? No, please don't keep going forward. Back. Yes. If you want to give away the wealth you acquired, you may not give it away. But your children can give away your wealth for you. Next. But as far as the knowledge you have acquired, next. Only you can give it. Next. Next. Yeah. So only you can give away the knowledge that you acquired. Nobody else can give it. Next. As Tiruvalluvar said beautifully, next. Inarulthum nara malaranayar, katradu unara viritturayadar. Next. A person, next, who is not able to teach what he knows is like a bouquet of flowers without a fragrance. Next. As a doctor, our two eyes must be, next, the patient and treatment. And next, student and teaching. Next. As teachers, we have been adapting. Next. We have used the blackboard. We have used the green board. Next. And we have used the whiteboard. Next. If the medical teacher of today, next, teaches the doctor of tomorrow, next, with the technology of yesterday, we are doing next, gross injustice. So we need to wake up. Next. I'm reminded of the story of Hotel Ratna Cafe and Hotel Saravana Bhavan. You might have heard of Hotel Ratna Cafe in Chennai, which was famous for the idli sambar, which was started back in 1938. Hotel Saravana Bhavan was started much later in 1978 with the same menu, idli and sambar. But today, next, Saravana Bhavan has grown to 33 locations in India, 92 locations across 28 countries, whereas Ratna Cafe has stopped at 3 locations in Chennai alone. Why did this happen? The answer to this is in the menu card. Next. Next. If you look at the menu card of Saravana Bhavan, when he started off with idli and sambar, now you can find chili baby corn fry, you can find gobi shimla mirch in Hotel Saravana Bhavan. That is how he has adapted. Next. Evolution has taught us that adaptation is the key to survival. Next. So don't teach the way you know. Next. Teach the way the student wants. Next. And what does the student want? Who is this modern student? The students here. Next. The modern student spends less than 5,000 hours of entire lifetime reading, but spends more than 10,000 hours online playing games. And when this student, modern student, wants information, next, he wants it at a click, next, and he wants it now, next. So I've always dreamed of teaching on YouTube. I believed I could do it, but where could I start? Next. Opportunity came in the form of my friend, next, Dr. J. Jagan Mohan, who offered me the chance to mediate a panel discussion on brachial plexus injuries in 2020. Next. So I said that I would start a YouTube channel. I put up 12 chapters of brachial plexus on that. And the final chapter would be at the conference. Next. Next. So this was what I started next. And this went on. This was the beginning. Next. Why YouTube? Because it is user-friendly, it is free, and there is no time restriction. Next. But having started, how to achieve success? Many people have started YouTube channels. How do we? I understood. Next. That two things are king when you want to succeed on YouTube. Next. One is content. You should have apt topics and apt duration. Next. Perseverance. Perseverance is the only thing that can ensure success. Next. Talent will not ensure success because many talented people are unsuccessful. Next. Genius will not ensure success because unrewarded genius is a proverb almost. Next. Education will not ensure success because educated failures are so common. Next. So the only answer is perseverance. And perseverance translates to commitment. Next. So you have to commit to certain things because we as Indians do not do anything unless there is a deadline. You can always see this on July 15th outside the income tax office. Next. So I committed a video every Sunday at 6 a.m. I don't know why I said Sunday, why I said 6 a.m. I just committed. I made a commitment. Next. And I am answerable to the most ruthless boss of all. Next. Myself. Next. So this has been going on for 4.5 years. Next. 400 videos. Next. Week after week. Next. Now reached 33,700 subscribers. And next. 2.2 million views. Next. So how has YouTube changed? What has it changed for me? I've been able to discipline myself. Next. I have learned many new things about common things that I had not known. Next. And most importantly, I have made great friends across the country and across the world following this. Next. It is important to remember as I conclude, we need to bear in mind that the wonderful things we learn in our schools are the work of many generations. I see one person here, the person who was involved in starting of this IMA Pollachi, which is doing such great work now. Respects to you, sir. And then all this information that's given to us is put in our hands as an inheritance. It is given to us in order that we may receive it, honor it, add to it, and one day faithfully hand it over to our children. Next. So when your dream is for the good, next. Then you have the belief and confidence to follow the right path. Next. The entire universe will come together to make it happen. Like how the plastic surgeons of Pollachi have made this dream come true. Thank you and vanakkam.
Sincere apologies for the power interruption, sir. That was an outstanding oration and he deserves a standing ovation. And it is the right time to call Professor S. Rajasabapathy, sir, to hand over the medal to Professor G. Karthikeyan, sir. Next, I call upon Professor V. Ramadevi, Madam. To give her talk on lending a new lease of life through microsurgery.
Good evening to one and all here. Actually, after the announcement was made, I was a bit jittery to talk after this oration. I know Dr. GK will do a very, very, very good job. And I have to carry on the next, it was actually since it was announced, it is a dream for me to have a next good talk at least 50% of that level. And I've been taking a small steps from that day to make this a good one. At the outset, I thank the organizers and IMA Pollachi for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this CME with a theme, Marvels of Modern Microsurgery. Actually, in the initial introductory small video, what Kaushik wanted to send you all to, I just didn't want to reveal what has happened because I don't want to tell the secret of it. Of course, it is a this has happened in 2018. That time, Dr. Kaushik and Dr. Swarup were my postgraduates who have been very, very helpful in it happening and also for the follow-up of the patient here also. And also, I know here organizing a CME like this at this place and the work they are carrying out at the periphery of Tamil Nadu is very, very, very wonderful. And along with Dr. Sangamitra and Dr. Purni, this program has almost become a very, very big success. I congratulate all of you as a team. So this is what has happened in 2018, a bilateral hand transplantation, which has happened in a government institution where we face so much of challenges to bring the patient to normalcy. Now at present, I am retired from government service and working in a private institute. And this is what has changed his life from how he was as a below knee amputee to a person who has got his family and a job and is able to use his hand for his normal activity. So coming to as a Tamil Nadu, there is a body called Transplant, which is working at the Omandurar Hospital, that is Transplant Authority of Tamil Nadu, where we need to register for a person who wants any organ transplant. So this cadaver transplant program was started in 2008, and Tamil Nadu was the first state to form this rules for this brain death certification and also for organ transplantation. And all these were carried out by the then Honorable Minister, Mr. Karunanidhi, and then it became a government society in 2015. And then now, when we see the website, we can see the Transplant website. Tamil Nadu has got its first in the all over Tamil Nadu in organ transplantation for 6 consecutive years. From 2015 to 2023. In between 2020 during COVID was the only break. Otherwise, 6 consecutive years it has got its transplant as a first state in the Tamil Nadu. And now, though this is happening and so much of awareness programs are going on, but the need is so much that so many organs are also required. Apart from hand, more than 200 requirements. So if any person is there, they have to get it registered in Transplant. Through Transplant only, it will be allotted. So, so many awareness programs through celebrities and walkathon something, and also the government has taken steps to award the or give a foundation for the family who has donated. And also they are making the donor to speak to the society to make an awareness for the organ donation. So coming back to Stanley's story in 2018 February, actually another dream for me is that when I sat in the chair of Stanley as a HOD, everybody used to tell me that you are sitting in RV's chair. RV's chair. Professor R. Venkataswamy was the founder of the Institute for Research and Rehabilitation of Hand in 1971. Till that time, actually, in 2011, Professor R. Krishnamurthy, who has followed the place, he has taken the license from the transplant government of Tamil Nadu for doing the hand transplant. But later when I joined in 2015, the license was about to expire and it was renewed in 2016. But first hand transplant was done only in 2018 after so many years of waiting for a donor. So many awareness programs through the media was done, and we had at last the dream came true when it was in February 6, 2018, the deceased Mr. Venkatesan, his family was willing to donate both his hands along with the liver and heart and other kidney, other organs also. Yeah, this is the family who was made to light the lamp at that function which was happened at that time. And these are the donor details. He is a male of 39 years, A positive with no comorbidities. Because of head injury, he was declared brain dead. And the recipient is from Dindukkal. Registered. Maybe he is the luckiest person because he was waiting for his hand for 3 years, and he has been even registered in Jibmer also and in Amrita also. And he had gone there and inquired, and they told he requires around 30 lakhs for the surgery, and which he was not able to afford. And he has given a petition or request to the government telling that why not it be done free of cost for me. And this letter came to me through the secretary for giving an explanation whether it can be done in Stanley. And the person was also sent to me. I was actually seeing that and the same thing like a dream. I thought I should do it somehow when I'm in that place where it can be done. And I gave a reply, it will be possible if a donor is available, and this person was waiting. And he was the apt person with all the compatibility and testing for matching for the deceased. And so he was flown from Dindukkal through Madurai airport through a private organization who helped to get the flight, and he reached in the hospital around 1 a.m. in the morning. So this is the timeline where the first apnea test was around 4 p.m. on the previous day, 6th of February. And we all assembled by 6 p.m. And the donor assessment, we went into the ICU of the place where brain dead was certified around 9:30 p.m. And other organ transplant surgeons were also waiting for the harvest. And the pre-transplant checklist was done. The recipient arrived at 1 a.m. in the night, and discussion was going on. And second apnea was declared at 4 a.m. on 7th next day, and harvest team went into harvest both the limbs. And this is the recipient who has come from Dindukkal. He is Narayanasamy, 29-year male, and post-electrical burn sequelae, he has lost both his limbs. It was amputated at Jibmer, and he came at 1 a.m. Dr. Jayakumar, who is here in the coordinator in the morning workshop, at 1 a.m. he saw the patient and they were all counseling. Anesthetic assessment was taken up. This is the preoperative picture of the recipient and his X-ray. And the surgical details at 2 a.m. the anesthetist, head of the department, and also the assistant who is going to be in the team, barged into my room telling that whether we are going to do a single hand or a double hand, because they have seen the articles from Amrita, seeing the what will be the patient's outcome after so many long hours of surgery, and so much of backup is required for anesthesia, and they wanted to finish it off faster, so you do a single hand, they were telling. But I said if we are doing it, it's only going to be a double hand, not a single hand. So it went on like that, maybe with God's grace and everything, everything went on smoothly. And donor limb retrieval was done. that is through elbow on the right side and on the left side above elbow. All these structures were identified. And there is a myth that when donor arms are taken off, he may be sent as a deformed body. It is not so. We fit in a prosthetic limb and give the respect to the body. And now the state government has also announced that the donor will be given a state honor for doing the last rites. And this is how after the harvest, the installation of HTK solution, which will remove all that, whatever the old blood and other things, and flush it out till it comes clearly, and it will be transported in a box to here it was the next building only we had in the surgical gastroenterology department was the harvest theater. Our theater was on the next building, plastic surgery theater, where we took the limb and the donor limb was dissected for all the structures were identified on the backside table. Simultaneously, the recipient was prepared by another two teams who also identified the structures in the recipient limb. And it was repaired with the bone was fixed with a plate and screw. Artery was first anastomosed to decrease the warm ischemia time, and also veins, and then the extensor and the ulnar nerve, median nerve, and radial nerve, and flexor common tendinous origin, and skin was closed. And this is the last final anastomotic site. And this is the on the table. And so the warm ischemia time was only 20 minutes for the right and 25 minutes for the left. And cold ischemia time was 6 hours and 5 hours and 46 minutes respectively. The total surgical hour was 13 hours. So immunotherapy at the induction of anesthesia itself, it was given by this basiliximab and tacrolimus and also MMF and steroids. Later, it was maintained with the tacrolimus and MMF and the steroids, but this part of it was taken up by the nephrologists who were backup for us for giving the maintenance dosage also. Monitoring was done through serial blood counts, renal parameters, and blood glucose levels. Skin biopsy was taken at a periodical interval, and tacrolimus assay was also done, and the dosage was adjusted accordingly. Of course, we also had a rejection episodes. At day 7, there was a grade 3 episode, which was managed with a higher dosage of steroids. And at the end of second week, there was grade 1 rejection, which was managed with the maintenance regime itself. So complications like due to the immunosuppressive therapy and all this happened. Vascular compromise was suspected at day 1, and we need to do a fasciotomy that only later on was covered with the skin graft, and all the other infections were controlled with antibiotics and antifungal agents. So rehabilitation is the most important part, where you also need the patients and the patient's families cooperation to bring the to normal. That should be started on the next day itself, where he was mobilized from the bed with giving a splint for both limbs, and also the immunity part and the nutrition part was taken up by a separate kitchen, where he was given, the family themselves were cooking, and also our staff were giving him a nutritious food. So this is how the rehabilitation PMR department in Stanley is also good. They made him do all the exercises, and he was able to use his limb, and he is also a very, very cooperative patient, and he wanted to use his limb. So he was very much happy to do whatever we said, and he was as one of the family member we had him there for almost 1.5 years till discharge, where he was taking up everything as a challenge, and he was doing by himself. Then the outcome assessment at the end of 1 year, this is the final post-operative picture with the X-ray. And it was all passive and active range of movements, MRC gating, Kapanchi score and grip dynamometer, sensory outcome, dexterity and dash and HTSS scoring all was done. And that is all. Overall, it was a good one, where you can see the sensory assessment, and the dash score improved from, actually it was 133 before he was not able to do anything, which became to 60 at after post-operatively at 1 year. And now the HTSS score, which was 87 and 80, which is a very good score. So now you can see actually his day-to-day life, he can be on his own, where he was dependent for taking bath itself with the family members, he was dependent. Now he is able to do his work on his own by brushing his teeth, combing hair, playing to a certain extent with a lighter play materials, and able to drive. This is at the end of 2.5 years. He has sent me a video. He can even drive the two-wheeler. And functional MRI at the end of 1 year showed cortical stimulation on both sides. And this is the recent video. That is the main thing which pushed him to come to Stanley to get it done. And he has, after the thing, he has got himself married, and we all went to the marriage. Now he has got a child, and second one is on the way. There is no congenital anomaly for the first child also. So though there was many debates whether this should be done or not, it is not a life-saving procedure, only a life-enhancing procedure. So whether it should be done or not, but as a plastic surgeons where we are trained into replantation, transplant is the same as replant only, but only part of it is only an immunosuppression, which the patients and the family, if they are willing to do, we can do it. That is not a big job. Where the facilities are available, and even in a government setup in a Stanley, where after this, there was a sanction of the 3rd floor, which was built for the purpose of hand. And also there is a theater where even a microscope was sanctioned for this purpose. And it has to be carried out. That is what is my small dream, with the steps of the juniors who can take it to a large leap, I think so. So you have to carry it out without leaving that trend. And it is only a meticulous planning and the teamwork with a multidisciplinary approach. You have to be with everybody and talk to them, get the work done politely. It is not that we have to order and get it done. It is also a part of the team. We have to be there, and support from the administrative authorities is definitely needed in a government setup. And rehabilitation therapy and lifelong immunity is there always. And cooperation from the patient and the family members, and acceptance by the society to give the recipient a job and take him into the society. And donor family should be willing finally for all this to happen. This is a marriage where we went there. You can see Dr. Jaykumar also there in the picture. And he is the first picture, you can see the donor's mother and his mother on either side of him, and baby in his hand, and he's there at Dindigul Livings. So pledge your organs, including hand. That is what is my request at this end of the program. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us through a new lease of life with the gentleman God. Now I request IMA President Dr. Shaktivel sir to honor Professor Rama Devi ma'am. Next, we call upon Dr. Silva Seetharaman, sir, Senior Consultant and Head, Institute of Plastic Aesthetic and Reconstructive Surgery, Gleneagles Global Health City, Chennai, for his talk on microsurgery in cancer reconstruction, rehabilitating back to normalcy.
Good evening, all. At the outset, I thank the IMA Pollachi and the plastic surgeons Swaroop, Kaushik, Purni, and the team, and Sangamitra, all for having a very good hospitality from the day I confirmed the program until 5 minutes back. They hand served me the pakoda. So till that time, I think it's so much of hospitality the Pollachi team is doing for me, and for all my co-presenters also. And Ramadevi madam was mentioning that she had one legend speaking before her and she was a little trembling. But now I have two legends speaking before me, so I should be a little more careful about that. And actually, Dr. Hari was mentioning that at least go and tell 10 persons about plastic surgery. Yeah, it's true. We want to make much more awareness. And I was working with my another legend, Dr. K. Sridhar. We were setting up a new hospital at Chennai. So at that time, when we started the hospital, I was just asking him, so how to promote our specialty? So like, I will go and speak to about all the other specialty things that will refer the burns, pressure ulcers, everything to us. Then he told Selva that whether you like or not, the pressure ulcers and burns will come to you. Just go and tell them one thing. If you see any case, when you feel that I don't know whom to refer, then refer to plastic surgeon. Plastic surgeons always have a solution to manage that. That's what he told, and that's the way we started the department at SRM Institute at that a decade back. So now I'm going to take through about how microsurgery is working in cancer reconstruction. You can see the section was done. So we did a double barrel. You can see the post-op X-ray with the double barrel fibula. And this is a post-op. And dental rehabilitation has been done later. And this is and other case, fibula can be done in either paralytic patient. Yes, it can be very well done. So I have done fibula even from a polio patient or even a stroke patient with a paralyzed limb has been done successfully. This is the case of a patient with polio. So this is so this is one of the first case reported in the literature about a polio patient having because we in India have the maximum number of post-polio paralytic patients in the world. Then coming to the maxilla reconstruction, this upper jaw, again, like mandible, this is an important structure which separates the orbital cavity and the oral cavity. And here is a patient. So one of the common thing which has been followed for a maxilla reconstruction, they generally don't do reconstruction, they just do a prosthesis and send them off. This is one patient already wearing a prosthesis. You can see there's a big hole in the palate. The patient came back that saying that every day removing it and putting it is not able to do that. And there's a typical regurgitation and there's a nasal tone in her voice. And even the literature again says that the complete closure with the flap is the best choice for these patients. You can see this. Can I have the voice? So this we did a free flap for this patient. The voice is coming playing. Okay. So this is again a case of a total maxillectomy, including the orbital floor. So orbital floor was reconstructed with the rim, with the plate, and the rest of the structures were reconstructed with the fibula. And this is a patient 6 months post-op. After that, which she underwent RT. You can see the absolutely normal face even after a total maxillectomy. This is a case of minor salivary gland tumor. The entire maxilla and the nasal floor and the palate was removed. So it was constructed with a free fibula. This is a post-op and the patient is undergoing RT. Then coming to tongue reconstruction. Here the principles are two different principles in tongue reconstruction, mainly the partial glossectomy and the total glossectomy. The function of the tongue, which is depends upon the amount of remaining tongue. So that's the matter I want to carry. So you can just see, and any resection above 30% in tongue needs a reconstruction for a good form and function. So it's a case of a partial glossectomy, which a radial foramen flap was done. I don't know, the sound is not playing. This is again a young chap. We can see the amount of movement that is possible for tongue reconstruction. Here actually, I have recorded the same line told by him before surgery and after surgery to make the difference. How is it? I am able to hear the sound here, but not there. Fine. So just to record the same voice, because I started recording see the quality of their sound after the before and after surgery. It's almost the same after a proper reconstruction, which will never happen. This is a case of a total glossectomy for which a reconstruction has been done. You can see the total glossectomy. So when is the reconstruction to be done? So it's always preferable to do a immediate reconstruction because secondary reconstruction takes much more time and double anesthesia and also including the cost. So the best time to reconstruct is the immediate reconstruction immediately after the surgical excision. The only time to delay is a very poor patient for fit for anesthesia where we can plan the reconstruction later. Otherwise, all the patients we have to take it at the single go. Then where all the tumors, so I have shown just few examples of where all these reconstruction can be done, but there are certain conditions. A patient with a recurrent tumor, can we do a microvascular surgery? Yes, very well. This patient had a tumor recurrence after 20 years. She had a marginal mandiblectomy and a plating and a post-RT. So, but only thing, she had a very thin skin. So we had managed with a little bit extra muscles and thing. So this is the post-op. A month back, she sent me a photo from Australia with her grandchild. So this is, she underwent a second RT. So when surgery was done, my flap was done, and post-RT, you can see the quality of life for a patient with the recurrent tumors. So you know that in oral cavity, there's a field cancerization theory, and I have done 4 free flaps for the same patient. Still, the patient is doing well. So we can't avoid the cancer, but at least we can give a good quality of life. These type of things, only thing is if the patient is not, the tumor is not spread and localized, we can still go ahead and do the needful reconstruction. Then age, does there an age restriction for a cancer? The answer is here. So this is a 83 years female with a huge fungating tumor and there is no metastasis. It's a locally advanced tumor. So this was the excision planned by the oncosurgical team, the skin and the mandible and little bit of the maxilla also. This was the defect. Again, a fibula was planned. And this is the post-op showing a good mouth opening. And within 3 months, she completed all the adjuvant treatment and went back. She's from Somalia. Then whether we can do a free flap as a salvage. We know this patient has a metastasis is not going to survive for more than 3 to 6 months. Can we go ahead? But in case, but these patients, I'll show an example for this. This is a patient with, again, a fungating tumor with entire node of mandible and few lung mets. The survival, as told by our oncosurgeon, is around 3 months. But in case we leave the patient like this, he will have a horrible death with some bleeding and a foul smelling to the entire, the remaining part of his life. Even this patient, as per even the literature or by the principles of onco reconstruction, we can still go ahead with the reconstruction again, but we don't take any big step for like a double flap or thing. So we do the simple. So we did a single flap with a large skin flap, and this is the post-op patient, and he left to his native place for 3 months. He's actually from an IPS international patient. He went back, and you can see even the tracheostomy was removed. He's doing well at that point of time when we discharged him. Then coming to breast reconstruction. So based whether a single, either a partial or a whole breast reconstruction can be done. This is a case, partial breast, which we reconstructed with a LD. So one more thing I like to mention is whether a breast to be reconstructed. So we can hear surgeons saying that females, in Indian females, the way of their dress, they don't need any reconstruction. They can hide their thing behind their sari. But if you see, when I did it, Stanley, even a patient with a small fingertip injury in the little finger, they be coming back. Can anything be done for it? A patient with an amputation of the little fingertip, he coming back and again saying that can anything be done for this small loss? In such a thing is happening, just imagine a female who have lost her whole breast. Never take a chance that think that female without a breast, they can hide within the dress. They can hide the deformity, but you can never hide the mental stress they are undergoing, and has been proved beyond doubt that this quality of these patients is affected in the long run. So I again want to stress that breast reconstruction is right for a female, and we should given the option to be given for every patient. So this is a patient, this is actually a doctor patient who came for a breast reconstruction with a whole breast. This was done with from the flap from the abdomen called as a DIP flap. And she was still more demanding. We didn't stop with that. Later we went for a nipple reconstruction, as you can see here. Gone. Yeah, as you can see here, the patient again. Yeah, it's the patient after the complete reconstruction. I don't know. So finally, just a little bit about the extremity reconstruction. Just one case, the patient with the spindle cell sarcoma of the tibia, the entire tibia with the anterior compartment excision was done. Again, we did here the fibula was okay. So we did a pedicle fibula called a stabilization of fibula. This is a patient from Namakkal, a teacher who is back to work in a year. So though it doesn't per se as literally as a microsurgery, but the dissection involves a microsurgical print. But I just want to show this thing can be a microsurgery can be applied in extremity cases also. So late reconstruction, so in case a patient, we have done the patient is not at that point of time, the center where the resection was done, the reconstruction is not available, or due to, anesthetic reason, if the patient is not operable, still they can go for a late reconstruction. Just one case. This is a 17-year female who had lost their, they had an abaloblastoma and the mandible was resected. And when they came to us, the plate was exposed. You can see the missing mandible. So now in these cases, these are cold cases, we have time. So we did a 3D modeling and went ahead with the reconstruction. This is a 6 months. So the flap was well settled. Then with the help of our OMFS team, we went for an osseointegration. So this is a post-op after 1.5 years. You can see that implanted tooth and is back. So the need for cancer surgery is actually, the cancer surgery is life-saving. Yes, no doubt about it. But this is worth only provide them a good quality of life. And this can be done only with an appropriate reconstruction. So take-home message is appropriate reconstruction improves the quality of life in these patients, and free flaps have become the gold standard in head and neck and breast reconstruction. Again, I want to stress any lesion that can be resected can be reconstructed. So now I want to take your opinion that is that really necessary? So it's finally, I want to conclude saying that it's not important to add life to years. It's more important to add life to these years, and cancer reconstruction is one specialty which adds life to these patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for showing us how plastic surgery restores structures and transform life. Now, I call upon our IMA Treasurer, Dr. Srinivasan, sir, to honor our speaker, Dr. Selva Sitaraman, sir. Now, I extend my welcome to the next speaker, Dr. Skanda Shyamsundar, sir, HOD, Department of Plastic Surgery, Kaveri Group of Hospitals, Trichy. He will be delivering talk on the magic of microsurgery, giving solutions for complex problems.
எல்லோருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். இப்போ how I feel with a lot of great there, I mean, it actually feels like TANPAPS, Tamil Nadu Association conference. Half of the conference is here. Some of the, when lecturing today with some of the greatest microsurgeons in the world, I now feel how a person who's playing club cricket as a tail ender is going to lecture on batting to Sachin Tendulkar. That is how I feel today. And you see very, very great people here who have pioneered, my teachers, my seniors doing such exemplary work. Honestly, I have not felt more nervous even during the replant. So today I'm going to talk to you. You had an overview into the different extremes of microsurgery. But what is microsurgery? Why is it something special? That's what I'm going to tell you. And how does it come to our help in dealing with problems? So welcome to the magic world of microsurgery in daily practice. Now, just take a moment. Think of the finest thing that you can think of, finest work that you can think of. So please close your eyes. What is the finest work that you can think of in any industry? Is it this? Something like repairing a watch. Imagine something that is 10 times finer and 10 times more difficult. Welcome to the magic world of microsurgery. So this is what we do. You can see myself and my very, very sleepy colleague. You can't blame him. Most of these cases come late in the night when no one is around to help you. So this is a small comparison as to what microsurgery is and what is the size of the vessels we deal with. See, the aorta has a 25 millimeter diameter. Now, the vessels that we normally operate are about 2 millimeters or less. So how small is this? The matchstick, see, there are certain things in daily life that we don't know how small they are, but when you extrapolate it to what we do, you will realize how fine is the work microsurgery is. Matchstick is about 4 millimeters. A hypodermic needle, which is your green needle, is about 1.6 millimeters, and a sewing needle is 1 millimeter. Now, imagine cutting a sewing needle and taking a stitch in it. That is microsurgery in a nutshell for you. Now, this is how the moon appears to the naked eye. Looks good. When you see it with a good zoom camera, it looks much better. But when you see it to the top of the line telescope, it looks like this. So similarly, what we do with the optics. So seeing the naked eye probably can be routine surgery. Seeing with the good zoom camera is with a loop, while seeing with the top of the end microscope, which will help you do a top end microsurgical procedure, something like this. So when a regular microscope is like this, it helps you do some basic work. When you have a top end microscope, this is the Bugatti Veyron. It is capable of achieving speeds up to 380 kilometers per hour. So when you have access to this, you can do much, much more. But please remember, it is not just the instrumentation that is special. It is the people behind the instruments that are more special. So that is where I want to raise a big hand to the great microsurgeons here in Pollachi. Their journey is very similar to what I underwent. So please give them a big hand to Kaushik, to Swaroop, to Purni, and to Sangamitra. They are achieving so much, and what they are doing is so difficult. Only someone who has gone through the journey can understand. I come from Trichy. Trichy vande actually city in Pera, city kadayadu. It's an overgrown village only. People are like that. They will not change. It's very conservative, very difficult. So, anga vande, see, the cynicism comes for microsurgery, not from the patient. Cynicism comes from all around. Why not skin graft? Why do you want to do a free blood? Why replant? It will not work. See, this cynicism is what I personally had to face in my journey. And I am very, very happy that it's a tier 3 city that is getting the benefit of such great surgeons like these people. So a lot to learn from them. So what is microsurgery and how small is it? So you can see this. This is from our Kinevo microscope. You can see the vessel that you're seeing is about 2 millimeters. And what you're seeing is a end-to-end anastomosis. And the thread that we are using is 80. So imagine how small, for this is for not for the, obviously for the microsurgeon, this is for the general practitioners. How small is 80? Probably thinner than your hair on the forearm. So that is what we deal with. And this is an end-to-side anastomosis. You can see the amount of complexity involved. So what you're seeing is at a magnification of 15 times or 20 times. So where all does microsurgery help? You had 2 examples. One example by Ramadevi madam, which talked about hand transplant, and Sita, my senior, who's doing great work in onco. So I'm going to tell you about the few other facets of microsurgery, which GK sir actually highlighted in his oration. So the first thing, I'm starting with something that is oft neglected by a lot of people, which is lymphedema. What is lymphedema? See, commonly lymphedema, for those who have been in practice, even when we were in general surgery, we will not know whom to send, what to do. Patient will go from one OP to the other OP, keep on making circle. By the time you come to final year, you would have seen the same guy in the same OP at the same time and given him the same instruction. Nothing would have been done. But please remember, the treatment of lymphedema has evolved. There are a lot of procedures which we do for lymphedema. One is called vascularized lymph node transfer. Another is called lymphaticovenular anastomosis. And what we do is called vascularized lymph vessel transfer. In essence, we take a small amount of lymphatic tissue and transplant it to the place that needs lymphatic function. So for example, it can be the hand or it can be in the foot. Commonly, we get a lot of filarial lymphedema patients who undergo multiple procedures, and then we do this. So you can see this. This is actually a pre-mastectomy lymphedema. See, this lady had a lymphatic infiltration, and we all know that mastectomy itself can cause lymphedema, and the RT and chemo worsens this. So even before surgery, she had this problem. So what we did is a vascularized lymph vessel transfer, which is a soft tissue flap that contains lymphatics. You can see what has happened on table. The moment we have transplanted it, the limb has started shrinking. This change actually sometimes is seen even on table. Limb has started becoming loose. This is just at 3 weeks post-op, and this is at 2 months post-op. She has done very well. I've seen her after about a year now. She's done very well, except for the fact that the flap has put on weight. The limb is actually quite loose. Now, this is lymphedema precox, where you have an absence of lymphatics on the right side. This is again a lymph vessel transfer. You can see immediately on table how the foot has become decompressed, and this is at 1 year. What super microsurgery and microsurgery can achieve in lymphedema may not be able to achieve cure, but it will make the disease much more manageable even with compression therapy. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about brachial plexus and hand and peripheral nerve surgery when the doyens of brachial plexus and peripheral nerve surgery are there, but let me give you an insight. So this is a radial nerve injury. As you know, the radial nerve, this is high up in the elbow. Radial nerve is necessary for thumb extension, wrist extension, and finger extension. So this is an injury high up in the elbow. So there were earlier concepts saying that a nerve injury does not recover. You need only a tendon transfer. It's not at all true. When you do a microvascular nerve reconstruction or a nerve repair, immediately the results are very good. But please remember, this is a common thing that patients ask. How quickly will my nerve recover? Please remember that every nerve, when it gets injured, undergoes what is called Wallerian degeneration. So the nerve will not recover immediately. It will recover at the rate of 1 millimeter per day. So for a nerve that is injured high up in the arm, it will take as much as 6 to 7 months to see a good recovery. So this is the anastomosis, and you can see a recovery. You can see finger extension. This is at about 7 months. I can see a thumb extension, and you can see a wrist extension. This is the very same patient. So for them to get full power, it will take almost a year. Now, Erb's palsy, very common problem. Pediatricians don't know what to do. Obstetricians are afraid where to send the patient, and patients are regularly sent for physiotherapy for years on end. Please understand that as referring practitioners, that the golden time for intervention is less than 1 year. If the child is sent for physiotherapy after 1 year on year, there will not be an improvement, and the chance to do something becomes lost. So this was a child who came to us after 2 years. You can see there's an internal rotation, and when he's trying to raise, so this is after when he was trying to raise, you see that he's trying to shift to the opposite side. We have done a combination of nerve transfers for him. This was at 1 year, and this at 2 years. So the same child is able to raise. Just keep watching the video. He still has some internal rotation that can be corrected. But in his case, even the 2 years was late. He should have been operated when he was 1 year or younger. Again, this is another child with a flail limb. In this child, what we did was just a neurolysis. Actually, she actually recovered very good function. So the timing of brachial plexus surgery is something that is very important. And this is something that every referring practitioner should understand. There is no point in sending the child for physiotherapy endlessly. Child will not recover. Now, these are very, very risky cases. This is a schwannoma, which is encompassing the radial nerve. Now, this is a very, very tricky case, because once you do a schwannoma excision, or once you do a tumor excision, you're going to cause a temporary loss of function to a somewhat normal patient. So this is extremely tricky. So not only we have removed the tumor, we have preserved a few fascicles, and we have reconstructed the remaining radial nerve with a nerve graft, and you can see how he's recovered. In fact, you can see he's got a median of schwannoma as well, which I've advised, but right now he has not done anything. But this recovery took almost 7-8 months for us to see, and it was very, very tough for us to tell the patient, you will recover, just wait. So he's recovered very well. Now, very common injury, which are sutured in a casualty. You can see that very looks like a trivial injury, but look at the damage inside. You can see that the flexor tendons are injured, the digital nerve is injured. So will they recover? When you've done a good microsurgical repair, they do recover, they do very, very well. So what is important is early definitive repair and good referral. Now, these are very common injuries where it's a crush injury, it is just grafted. Please understand that this is a child. When you do a skin graft, the graft will not grow with the child. So you need a flap. It need not be a microvascular flap, but it is a flap. Again, another thing is this child has lost all the extensors. So he not only needs a flap, he needs something to give back function. So we have reconstructed, after the flap has settled, we have done an abdominal flap, reconstructed with fascial grafts, and this is his post-op result. He's done very, very well. And this boy actually is an opening batsman in his school. So that is, I think, the ultimate tribute for a microvascular reconstruction. So in adults, when microvascular surgery is challenging, in kids, it becomes a nightmare, because not only is it a technical problem, there are problems all around it as well. So you have to manage the parents, you have to manage small issues that cope up. So this is a 3-year-old child with an electric burn to the middle finger. We have done what is called a free arterialized venous flap. So we've taken a small flap from the dorsum of the foot and we've connected it. You can see the cephalic vein which has been lengthened, and this has settled very well. We have actually done a tendon reconstruction for him as well. The follow-up I will post in some other meeting. Now again, this is another child with a crush injury of all the fingers. So they did not want a groin flap or a quadrant flap. So we did an ALT, and this has settled. And I've been trying to convince him for a toe transfer. This is something I really have to learn from Sabapati sir and Hari sir, how to convince a patient for toe transfer. I have about 60 or 70 of these fellows with multiple fingers. Not even one fellow is willing for a toe transfer. So again, another child with a cracker blast mangled hand. We've done a free ALT, and this is the end outcome. free flaps are actually better to do in children, largely because you do not have the difficulty of immobilization. You do not, once you actually manage the pain and the anxiety of the child in the first 2 days, then doing a free flap, very easy. The child becomes very cooperative. Now you can see this is an electric burn. This child had undergone an amputation of his other hand. This is a high tension burn. So this is the normal hand. The other hand has been amputated at the level of the shoulder. So we did a free flap for him on the third post-op day. And despite the fact that he lost 2 more fingers, his hand is still there and it is functioning. Now, again, this is again a 10-year-old boy with electric burns, and we did a free flap. Now, this is a 3-year-old toddler with a crush injury to the foot. We've done a free flap and an extensor reconstruction. And this is after flap thinning. You can see how nicely the flap has also grown with her and it has settled well. Now, a 4-year-old child with a post-neck bite defect, free flap, and you can see her walking nicely. Now, this again, one more 4-year-old boy, the snake bite defect. Somewhere, I mean, I don't know where he was told about amputation. I don't know where was the indication for amputation. So, can see that you can actually see the microvascular anastomosis. You can see how small the vessels are. And watch him run. So, this is something that microvascular surgery is able to do. This is an 8-year-old boy with an amputation, crush amputation of his finger, which was brought to us after 11 hours. Please understand that there is no reconstruction which can equal a replant or function. No matter what, like GK sir said, you do it. What happens to function is something that is a problem for another day. So we were able to replant still this finger, and ultimately it has settled. Now, he had an interesting problem. There was a tight pulse oximeter probe, so there was a tip necrosis. So sometimes these are small things that we need to watch out for. So again, now, sorry, I think the picture has got mixed up. So this is a child where we could not get the distal vein for replant. So you can see that we have replanted. The thumb looked like this. So, but actually it is not a gangrene. So we just cleaned it under the, in the theater, and ultimately it settled like this. So this is the tiniest of the tiny. So this is a 10-month-old for whom we have done a replant at the middle phalanx level. You can see how tiny the vessels are. Now, this is at 25 times. So this is at 25 times, this is how big it is seen. And I'll show you the actual size at 5 times magnification. This is at 5 times magnification. This is how big it looks. So this is about a 0.6, 0.7 mm vessel. And this also settled well. And personally, what I think our magnum opus has been a foot replant in a 1-year-old baby. So this is one of the youngest cases in literature. So we managed to replant this foot, single artery, 1 vein. That's all, no heparin, nothing. The interesting thing, like what I said about microsurgery is the technical part aside, this patient, there was a problem. The parents just lifted out the child on the second day and gone off to the entrance. Such a major procedure has been done. We were thinking the replant would fail. Nothing happened. For all that, she did very well. This immediate post-op, the long-term outcome, and this game of football always brings a tear to my eyes to show what is possible with the magic of microsurgery. Imagine this child as a cripple. One field where microsurgery has really come to the rescue is in diabetic foot. Why in diabetic foot? See, in feet, the options of having local flaps are very limited. To do microvascular surgery in diabetic foot involves a whole number of challenges with very difficult vessels, difficult patients, and persistent infection. So microvascular surgery has the advantage of bringing in fresh blood supply even to those parts which are ischemic, and it will achieve certain things that a skin graft can never do. So you can see one of these. This is a sensate ALT where we've connected the lateral cutaneous nerve of thigh, and this is the end result at 1.5 years. He has done well, and this is a patient with very bad calcified vessels. He did well. He had some small raw areas but settled. Again, this is one of the longer follow-ups. This was a heel pad defect, and this was a 4-year follow-up. Patient has done well. One more weight-bearing heel, graceless, and this at 1 year. And this is straight away when you look at this foot, you think below knee amputation. But believe me, microvascular surgery was able to achieve the impossible, even in this case. So you can see here, we were able to put a gracile, but this is not the end result. This is. So we were able to salvage even this bad foot with a microvascular reconstruction. So this is again a very tough case where patients see, many people think that cardiac patients are contraindications for microvascular surgery. No, they are not. When you have a good anesthetic team and when your technique is good, they have the same risk profile as any other surgery for that patient. So this patient had an aortic valve replacement. So the significant thing was we could not stop acetylene for this patient. So this was done under lumbar plexus block. And we did a gracilis, we took a flap from the same side. Normally, when we take a flap, we take from the opposite side. This, we did not have that luxury. So, and this was done with acetylene, and the patient has settled so well, 2 years. This patient would have landed up in a below knee amputation because the ankle joint would have got exposed. So again, necrotizing fasciitis, and this is after debridement. One thing always Raj Sabhapati sir talks about is surgical debridement. Please understand that no amount of OP debridements will equal one surgical debridement done under proper anesthesia in theater. That shortens the recovery period, that shortens the rehabilitative period, and that brings you the patient for reconstruction. So please avoid OP debridements as far as possible. Take the patient to theater and the patient will for surgery. Now this is again a suprafacial ALT. And you can see this is just 1 month post-op. Patient is walking, weight bearing, just 1 month post-op. It's done so well. Even such a bad foot. Personally, I thought amputation is a good choice for this patient, but patient would not accept. We did a chimeric ALT vas lateralis flap, filled up the gaps with muscle. And this is the patient at 2 years, walking still. So, but he is walking on his own feet. Now, this is a foot stump. Can you do something to this stump? This is a skip flap. So with skip flap is a superficial circumflex iliac artery perforator flap. It's a very thin flap, slightly difficult to do because of the smaller vessels. This is the immediate post-op. And you can see how the patient is able to walk with this flap. So what it does is it gives the patient balance. And another thing that you can do, many of these patients want to fit prosthetic feet. So this is something that will help with prosthetic feet. So again, replantation, I think sir showed a few examples. This is a thumb, which is crushed in a grinding wheel. You can see the before and after. Now, this is a very unique case. This guy was an assault and I was stuck as a single person. This is you can see that the left hand is completely amputated. The right thumb is amputated. So done as single person, same sitting. He had 40 other cuts all over his body. And this is end recovery. You can see how well he is done. And if you observed something, just happy with this result. You've not observed his face. He had a facial nerve injury as well. That has also been repaired in this patient. So this is something very difficult amputation. This is a transmetacarpal amputation. This is crushed in a generator belt. And this is the immediate post-op. And even this has recovered, giving a patient acceptable function. I will not say this is great function, but it is acceptable function. Now, this is the typical case, complete amputation of hand. And you can see his long-term result. Patient has done so well. It is impossible to believe that this is a replanted hand. So they do very, very well. When you do it well and you give good rehab. And again, at forearm level, even this we were able to replant. And this patient has settled well. We have done a free functioning muscle transfer for him. I will present it in the next meeting when we meet here. So again, in cancer reconstruction, I'm not going to add anything more that Sita hasn't added already. See, what we used to study during our general surgery period, T3B, not resectable, patient inoperable, that is exactly what is Sita's bread and butter practice today. Every day, what free flap and microvascular reconstruction has enhanced the limits of resection and improving outcomes. And a lot of these patients actually do well. So microvascular surgery has revolutionized free cancer reconstruction and given people life to live, a better quality of life. So I'm not going to add anything new. This is a free radial forearm and this is a chimeric ALT vas lateralis. You can see as early, you can see the tongue is moving. This is as early as about 3 weeks. So in conclusion, microsurgery makes the impossible possible and it is achievable. It is affordable and it needs just the will and it needs the brain and it needs the heart. And you're very lucky to have great surgeons in Pollachi who are taking it to the next level. Very proud of all of you. Thank you for this opportunity. Now, if routine surgery is dull, microsurgery is this. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for mesmerizing us with the magic of microsurgery. Now, we call Ramakrishnan sir to honor the speaker with memento. Last part of the plastic surgery CME talk, adjuncts to microsurgery, dermal matrix and complex wounds. I call upon Dr. Shanta Mohan sir, consultant plastic surgeon, Meena Pasupati Plastic Center, to deliver the talk.
Finished by all of them.
Good evening, everyone. After hearing so much complex talks from my teachers and seniors, I'll be presenting a simpler one. Mine will be on the use of dermal matrix in complex cases. This is a case one. She's a four years old child. Case of snake bite. Admitted at the hospital in E Road. She had underwent right foot skin necrosis. Child was on ventilator, and she had intracranial bleed also. Neurological deficit was there. She was not fit for prolonged surgery. I was called after 25 days for skin cover. She had underwent bedside debridement. This was post-debridement picture. And we had planned for application of dermal matrix. This is at the time of application. And then SSG was applied at the same sitting. And wound was inspected once a week. This was post of 30 days follow-up. Post 1 year, the dermal matrix and the SSG has settled well. Is 2 years follow-up. This is the first case done in my district. And child is able to walk nicely, and skin is also pinchable. This discussion on results. The wound has settled well. There was exposed lateral malleolus, which was healed well. Skin was pinchable, and compression therapy was given post 1 month, which gave good results. And need was for free flap was avoided. Then there was case again. This is a 30 years old male patient, had RTA. He had run over the right foot, and he had degloving of the skin and friction burns. This was a picture post debridement. There was exposed talus bone and flexor retinaculum, for which we had used the dermal matrix and skin covered the SSG at same stage. This was a follow-up dressings. Dressing was done once in a week with the normal saline. And this was 6 weeks result. Both they settled well, and patient was fine. There was a third case, 78 years old female patient. She had run over by a bus tire. She had came with mangled left hand. We had planned for debridement and groin flap cover. We have taken X-ray, and she complained of chest pain. We took CT chest. We showed right pneumothorax and left hemothorax and multiple rib fractures on both sides. So spinal anesthesia was not, we are not able to give anesthesia. She not fit for anesthesia. Then we planned for debridement under axillary block. The thumb was intact. Index and middle finger we have preserved till this length, and remaining 2 fingers were amputated. And the bone and exposed tendons were covered with dermal matrix, and then SSG was applied. Then regular dressings were done. This was 1 month follow-up. It took nearly 2-3 months to settle. This is now 3 months follow-up. She is coming for regular physiotherapy. This was at the time of injury, and 3 months post-op. She is able to flex the fingers and use the hand. Next, I will be presenting a case series. 2-3 months to settle. And this is the final picture. Dermal matrix take was good in immediate trauma cases, extremity tumor after excision, post-excision raw area, the burn wounds, post-snake bite and exposed tendons. They were not good in when there was active infection or long exposed segment of bone or fracture site. To conclude, the use of dermal matrix has reduced the need for prolonged surgery, prolonged hospital stay, need for multiple procedures, donor site morbidity, and good for patients who are not fit for flap cover. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The second part of this talk will be continued by Dr. Balakumar, sir, consultant plastic surgeon, GKNM Hospital. How to choose sutures. Choosing the suture mainly for general practitioners.
This one, sir.
Good evening to all. I'm the last speaker for the day, but anyway, Kaushik asked me to say every other talks would be of what is microsurgery and what is all so much, and it'll be all haywire for the brain. So he wanted to, for the general practitioners, how to choose a suture for a common lacerations and what is the best thing to choose upon. So here, when we come, the types of sutures, we know it is absorbable and non-absorbable, or natural or synthetic, or monofilament or braided. But when we take upon in absorbable, there are so many variants, which is monocryl, PDS, vicryl rapid, and all of it. The basic thing that we remember to know is that there is something called a tensile strength on which the strength of the sutures in absorbable gets dissolved. So based on it, the longevity of each suture is going to be staying there. But most of the sutures are all in absorbable sutures, it's all been dissolved by hydrolysis. So when we use a vicryl rapid, it gets half the strength is lost by 5 days to 7 days. When it is in vicryl, it is lost by around 50 days, and other sutures are all lost longer. When it comes to non-absorbable, yes, we all know there is silk, there is stainless steel wire, ethylon or nylon, there is a proline, and then expanded PTFE grafts and other things. Here, where to choose and what to choose. When we have some bleeding vessel, so when we want to tie it, we commonly use something as a catgut, which is readily available. We can use a vicryl or we can use a mesh silk. So which is all, the size is based on, we use 10 to 30 for a small, any bleeding vessels. And for a skin, when you want to close the skin, so commonest sutures we use is going to be an ethylon or a vicryl rapid or a proline or mesh silk. And for a subcuticular, it is going to be a vicryl, coated vicryl, ethylon or monocryl. And for other muscles all, it is going to be a vicryl. And for any intestinal structures, it's vicryl. When it is a tendon, it is going to be a proline or an ethibond. For a nerve, it is going to be an ethylon. The base sizes vary from which structure where we are going to repair. So when it comes for a common thumb rule, we have to choose a suture for which part, what is the size we have to choose. For example, we have a laceration in the scalp, so we can use 30 or 40 based on how wide it is. And when it goes in for a pediatric, it is always you have to switch down to one size. And for a trunk or any lower limbs or things, we have to go in for a 30. When it is a face, try choosing a 50 or 60 size. So what sutures for what repair? For example, if it is a subcuticular, common is monocryl or a vicryl rapid. And for microvascular, we use more common as ethylon, but the AV fistula, which has all been done by a cardiothoracic surgeon or urologist, they all use a proline for a microvascular AV fistulas. And for a nerve repair, it's a nylon. And for the laparotomy wound, which midline we close, is going to be a PDS or loop ethylon or a proline. And best coming on to the point is choosing which type of a needle do we have to use. Round bodied is for, it just splits the muscle. It is not going to be a cutting. So it just splits and it doesn't cause much injury to the tissue. When it is a conventional cutting, the edge of the cutting tip is on the inner side. So when we finally tie a knot, the suture is going to cut through. So when it's a reverse cutting, that is why we use a reverse cutting needle for a skin sutures. So all 30 ethylon, 40 ethylon all comes in a reverse cutting needle.
trocar point and trapper cut is also there. Here, a trocar point is when a skin is thick, we want to pierce, it is helpful. And a trapper cut is for a cutting needle on a tip and followed by a round body for easy penetration. And most of the times it's a curved needle. We also have some other specific needles for specific purposes like J needle, straight needle and other things. And needle strength is the diameter of the needle which is required to hold the thread. And it is designed so that the needle, when you try to exert a over pressure, it usually bends, it doesn't break. So that is what the needle strength has to be there. And for example, we can't use a bigger needle holder for a smaller needle. So appropriate needle holders are must for choosing a sutures. And again, coming into what type of suture, what do we use? Maybe we have something called a simple interrupted vertical mattress, horizontal mattress, subcuticular. So in a simple, sorry, I couldn't get the pictures on it. The simple mattress is nothing but we take a bite from one edge and bring it out to the other edge and tie a knot on a single throw. And other pictures also were there where it was an inverted simple stitch where the knot is being buried on the undersurface so that when you put a vicryl, it doesn't cause some suture granuloma outside. It was an image which was showed how to get an knot buried inside. And in a vertical mattress, it is an image that just shows a bite which is taken from far off, then to the other end, cut edge to the far end, on the same far end near sketch, and how it was taken was being taken up. Again, in a horizontal mattress, it is the 2 points of we have to take it away each apart. And subcuticular again it is on the dermal layer where we take to suture it. And most common suture being is and we have something called as a bursting suture. It is, for example, you have a round defect and you take it in the subcuticular plane in a circular fashion and tie it, approximating it. So for example, when you want to narrow an areola which is wider, or when you have a circular defect on the cheek or somewhere, where we can use a bursting sutures. Half buried mattress is again another suture which, for example, in a triangular edges, we have to get it edges approximated properly. So that is required for an half buried sutures. And figure of 8 is again another suture where if a patient is having a nail avulsion, so when it is avulsed, we have to get it reinserted. You are referring a patient for someone, you don't want the tissue to be damaged. So put a figure of 8 and send so that it is easy for someone else to do a job better done. And it is nothing but a continuous suture, which is again when you want minimal scars on a wound, we don't want multiple hatchet marks. You can take a continuous sutures, simple sutures. And in a continuous locking suture, the suture is taken on a loop inside each bite. So it makes a suture doesn't become loose at some point and it is easy for us to work on. And there is actually an advantage of both simple interrupted sutures versus continuous sutures. Simple sutures are easy to do. And there is, you can, if you think the wound is not completely healed, you can go in for an alternate suture removal. Suture removal is easier and can be achieved for proper wound alignments. In a continuous suture, there is little bit less of scarring and tattooing of sutures. And there is also going to be less irritation of the sutures because of the knots. There is something also called as tissue adhesive, and we do get a patients because in an beauty parlors, they pour a normal quick fix for the earlobe repair, which is completely damaged. That is not the same tissue adhesive. And so we would like actually getting a tissue adhesive from a registered practitioner to be done. So that is causing, that will give a better aesthetic output. And it is always to cut a freshen edge, put a glue and keep it approximated so that wait for it to stick on and then leave it on. So when do you have to refer patients with the lacerations? So when you have a ragged edges or when you think there is going to be a tissue loss, when there is a wound which is very deep with excessive bleeding, you can't identify where it is bleeding from. Wound which is very close to the eyebrow or around the mouth. So these are all structures which requires proper functioning. When we repair an eyebrow in a mismatch, he'll be complaining you all a lot of the times. So it is best to be remembered. These cases can be sent to someone who does a better job. And as for preparation, it is always to go ahead with an aseptic precaution. Take the weight of the patient, judge the amount of anesthetic required for a local anesthesia. So always be prepared with a proper light, proper assistant to work on for a suturing. And when it comes, always try to document and document on what time the patient has got injured and what time he has attended to you and what time you have started suturing, what material you have used, what is the anesthesia that you have given, who had assisted you. All those things are mandatory when you try to do a documentation for a suturing. So this all becomes part and parcel when you're trying to do even for a small, simple 1 centimeter laceration. I just do it in a OP as a jiffy. I'll see one patient and do. That can't be done because this right now, where there are many litigations saying that there is no documents and other things that are coming up. So just have a documentation of what is being done. And coming on to the point of suture removal. So when it is for a facial wounds, normally when we shave, it heals off in the next day. So for a facial wound, 5th day is enough for a suture removal. Scalp is 7 to 8 days. Arm, hand, all is around 7 to 10 days. When it is lower limbs and joints, it's 10 to 14. Abdomen is around 10 to 14. And when you do a suture removal, go cut close to the knot so that the remaining exposed thread is not going inside to cause any other secondary infection because it's been exposed to the atmosphere. So always cut close to the knot and pull it on the opposite direction so that it doesn't go inside to cause any infection. So again, thank you again for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We call upon Dr. Anand, IMA CGP Wing Secretary, to honor the speakers.
Thank you, sir. Now we have an interactive pediatric quiz, and so it's getting ready.
Yeah. Good evening, friends. I am an odd man out of this plastic surgery conference. Since to make it interactive, I request all the doctors to open your cell phone. Please go to the Google page. Please check for menti.com. Menti, M-E-N-T-I, menti.com. Open that and please, it will request for a quiz. To join the code, you need to use this code called 21231292. You can see the code number there. There are going to be 16 questions, which are going to be useful for the practitioners and even surgeons. It will be, some of the points will be useful. So these are going to be on the ones that we see in our day-to-day practice. So please go to menti.com, enter the quiz code. Only now 22 players have joined. We request everyone in the hall to join. There are around 100 people. Menti.com, M-E-N-T-A.com. In that it will request, you need not download the app. It will request for a passcode. You just enter this code. 21231292. Immediately it will be accepted. Is there a difficulty? If there is no difficulty, shall we go? Yeah, now around 40 players have joined. You can join in between also. Okay, let's go to the first question. You have to answer fast. The quicker you answer, you will get the more marks. This is a 90-day-old infant who came with 5th day of fever, CBC revealed 22,000 with a policy of 90%. In such a case, what are other investigations you will do? What will be your diagnosis? Out of the 4, you have to choose. It will be, the options will be there in your phone itself. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to tick the correct one. Of the 4 options, which is the appropriate answer. Okay. Answer number 3, that is the right answer. You need to think of 3 important things. The first thing, in a young child between 3 months to 3 years of age, this is the scoreboard. I think my pediatric friend, Dr. Saravanan, has scored the first mark, followed by Suresh and DNR. Okay. So let's see the answer. Whenever you have a young child with a polymorphic leukocytosis, you need to think of 3 things in the back of the mind. First is occult pneumonia, second is occult UTI, third is occult bacteremia. So you need to order for X-ray chest, urine microscopy, and blood culture. So actually, if you look at the literature, nearly 41% of children between 3 months to 3 years of age, when they have a polymorphic leukocytosis, even in the absence of respiratory symptoms like tachypnea, dyspnea, or grunt, they will have X-ray chest will show signs of pneumonia. Nearly 41%. That's a big number. So whenever you have polymorphic leukocytosis, please keep these 3 in the mind. Occult pneumonia, occult bacteremia, occult UTI. Okay. This is question number 2. Now around 66 players have joined. So you need to answer rapidly. If you answer quickly, you will get more marks. Okay. Here you have the question. Whenever you see a child with acute follicular tonsillitis, which will be your drug of choice? The first is azithromycin, ciprofloxacin, ferropenem, a new antibiotic. The last one is amoxicillin. Which will be your drug of choice in a child with acute follicular tonsillitis? You can tick whichever is the right one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Vast majority have given you amoxicillin, but some of you have given azithromycin. Friends, please, let's see how many have scored well. Okay. The top 3 scorers, Senthil has decided to give you a prize. Once again, Saravanan, DNR, and Ashwin tops the list. Let's go to the answer. Please remember, whenever you have a group A beta amyloidosis streptococci acute follicular tonsillitis, it is simple amoxicillin or ampicillin. This is one of the organisms that are not developed resistant since the invention of penicillin. The other organism is spirochetes, your treponema and your leptospirosis. Okay. Never give azithromycin. Nearly 22% of these organisms, group A beta amyloid streptococci, has developed resistance against azithromycin. Azithromycin is never a first-line drug in acute follicular tonsillitis. And never use ferropenem. It's a newer drug. It's a reserve drug. Do not misuse that. Let's go to question number 3. Okay. Question number 3. Around 79, 80 players are there. So this is going to be another practical condition which we see in our day-to-day practice. This is an infant with the 6th day of illness. Child is safe febrile, but IgM dengue is strongly positive. If you look at the limb, lower limb, the whole limb was red. You can see areas of whiteness. Can you see that? So what is your diagnosis? Is it a simple pityriasis alba or a drug rash? Or is it an island of white in sea of redness? Or is it an urticaria? The child also has itching. IgM strongly positive, suggestive of primary dengue. So what will be your diagnosis? Almost all of you have answered correctly. My appreciations to all of you. So let's skip this leaderboard and then go to the answer. This is island of white, which is one of the subtle signs of recovery. When you have a relative bradycardia with reversal of appetite and disappearance of abdominal pain, which is the earliest sign of recovery in dengue. For general practitioners, never give IV fluids when you see an island of white in sea of redness. Your IV fluids will create iatrogenic pulmonary edema. Let's go to the question number 4. Yeah. Yeah, we'll close it with around 5 questions. Because this is last but one question. Question number 4. So you do see lots of school children coming with human bite. I'm sure Dr. Raj Sabapathy is fond of Econola corridans. So what is your answer when you see a human bite? Polymicrobial, you need to give amoxicillin, gram negative, anaerobic, and gram positive. What will be your answer? What is be your drug of choice? Which is the appropriate answer? Was majority have answered correctly? The answer is polymicrobial. The drug of choice is amoxicillin. If you look at the organisms in the child's mouth, nearly more than hundreds of organisms are there. You have both gram positive, gram negative, aerobic, anaerobic, bacterial, everything is there. Okay, let's go to the last question. This is question number 5. With this, we are going to close the quiz. And the top 3 persons will give a gift from Sendil. Okay, this is the last question. In scrub typhus, which is wrong? No, this is a Escher's child having an Escher. So the first is doxycycline should not be given for children below 8 years. Second is it causes encephalitis. Third is Escher is not compulsory. There is no vaccine. Which one is wrong among the 4? You have to take the one which is wrong. So this will be the last question. Please remember, doxycycline is a drug that can be given even from neonate. US FDA has approved, provided it should be given less than 7 days. So the answer is doxycycline can be given from even to newborn. So yeah, so please keep this in the back of the mind. Though we use azithromycin and other drugs, we have to be, you can use it safely, provided you give it for less than 7 days. With this, we will close this one. And then top 3 persons, so I think you would have got the marks. Sendil, quiz is over. Top 3 persons will receive the gift from Sendil now.
Sir, if they are available in the hall, we will give it now,
If
sir.
you are available
Otherwise,
in the hall, you are,
online participants, we can give it later also, sir. Yes, sir. But just we can declare, sir.
yeah. The first topper is DNR. Is DNR available here? DNR. DNR is not there. Second one is Bill. BILL. Bill is there. Ajin. Bill, please come. Ajin. Yeah. Dragonite is there. Dragonite, Suresh, Saravanan, Srinivas. Saravanan, Srinivas is there. Saravanan, please come. Srinivas, please come. Top 3 people. Yeah, come. Please come. Saravanan, need question.
Thank you, sir. So now we move on to the validatory function of this Tamil Nadu CGP conference 2024. Now I request our chief guest and all the dignitaries to come to the stage. Now I call upon chief guest Dr. Abul Ghassan sir, Tamil Nadu State President, to come to the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I request our Senior National Vice President, Dr. Gunasekaran sir, to come to the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I request our State President-elect 2025, Dr. Sengituvan sir, to come to the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I request our State President-elect 2026, Dr. Sridhar sir, to come to the stage. Now I request our State West Zone Vice President, Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, to come to the stage. Our State Secretary, Dr. Karthik Prabhu sir, is on the way, so he will join anytime soon. I thank all our dignitaries who have come physically here and many more to join through online. Thank you, sirs. So I request our Joint Secretary, Dr. Suresh, to give IMA prayer. I request everyone to stand and for IMA prayer and official prayer. I request our State West Zone Vice President is calling our President Abdul Hassan sir.
மருத்துவரின் பிரார்த்தனை. எல்லாம் வல்ல இறைவா, உலகின் சிறந்த மருத்துவன் நீயே, உன்னை மண்டியிட்டு வணங்குகின்றேன். உன்னிடமிருந்து நல்லதும் சிறந்ததும் என்னை அடைய பிரார்த்திக்கின்றேன். எனது கரங்களுக்கு திறமையை தாரும், எனது மனதிற்கு தெளிவான பார்வையை தாரும், இருதயத்திற்கு இரக்கத்தையும் கனிவையும் தாரும். எனக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்ட சிறப்பு தகுதியை தக்க வைக்கும் எண்ணம், வாடும் மக்கள் படும் பாட்டினை சிறிதளவாவது போக்கிட ஒன்றுபட்ட எண்ணத்தையும் வலிமையையும் தாரும். என் மனதிலிருந்து தகாத எண்ணங்களையும் உலகளவு ஆசையையும் அறவே ஒதுக்கி பணி செய்திட அருளுமாறு குழந்தை போன்று உன்னை சார்ந்து வேண்டுகின்றேன். ஐஎம்ஏ பிரேயர் இந்திய மருத்துவ சங்கம் வேண்டுதல். எல்லோரும் மகிழ்வுடன் வாழ, எல்லோரும் நலமுடன் வாழ, வலி என்னும் தொல்லை நீங்கி அல்லல் செய்யும் இன்னல் நீங்க, பேராசை பிரதிபையின் அகற்றி பிணி போக்கும் பெரும்பணி ஆற்றுவோம்.
Thank you, sir. I request all of our members to get seated. So, welcome address by myself. So, we are in the fifth day of the CGP conference. I thank and welcome our State President Abdul Hassan sir, who has come all the way from Erode. I request Dr. Soundarajan sir, Secretary, and Dr. Saktivel sir to come to this dais, as well as Dr. Anand, CGP Secretary, to come to the stage. So I welcome our State President, Dr. Abdul Hassan sir, our State President-elect, Dr. Sengituvan sir, State President-elect, Dr. Sridhar sir, our Senior National Vice President, Dr. Gunasekaran sir, our West Zone Vice President, Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, and all our dignitaries, and also online dignitaries who are going to join. So I welcome you all for the event, and I welcome all the plastic surgeons and all the general practitioners who have come from nearby places, and all our members of Pollachi branch. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Anand, CGP Secretary, to give a faculty report.
Respected President sir, Vice President sir, President-elect sir, and all the members of IMA Pollachi who have come in large numbers, and thank you all for coming, and the plastic surgery who have done a very good workshop today as part of the fifth day of our thing. So as a report, CGP, there are around 3,000 members in Tamil Nadu. There are around 7 to 8 branches. Pollachi is one among them. This year we have included 150 members, new members. This year so far we have inaugurated 5 courses. And shortly we'll be inaugurating in the month of August. We are inaugurating the course on fellowship in respiratory diseases. So the eligibility, most of you might be knowing, you should be a life member of IMA, should be a member of a CGP, then you can join any course. So this is the short notice. And this all these 4 days, 5 days, including today, we have more than 2,100 registrations till now. And the attendance on each day, which was around 800 to 1,000, wavering around. Today, even today, on the online course, which was conducted started from the evening, it was around 700 to 720 entire through the sessions. So I thank every participant who has made a great effort in attending. So I thank the Pollachi IMA branch for hosting this stage conference, and I thank them. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Abdul Hasim sir to give his chief guest and presidential address.
Good evening, all of you. All the dignitaries on the dais, including respected Vice President Dr. Gunasekharan, President-elect Dr. Sengutwan, President-elect Dr. Sridhar, State Vice President Dr. Chandrasekhar, and Pollachi IMA Office Bearer Dr. Saktivel and Dr. Soundarajan and Anand, and dignitaries on the floor, Dr. Ramakrishnan, Dr. Rajesh Babu sir, Dr. Ganapati, and all the plastic surgeons. I'm very happy that our one of the important wing, that is a College of General Practitioners, taken up this huge task of a 4 days program in the name of CGP conference. You know one thing, this is the first of its kind that is happening in our country. Please give a round of applause. CGP used to be very, very vibrant and is becoming more vibrant nowadays. There is a knowledge explosion. No, actually, our country is having a knowledge explosion in all spheres, in all disciplines, all departments. You have seen Dr. Neminathan conducting a wonderful quiz. You know, so much, there is continuous evolution of academic activity in our country. It is not happening anywhere in the globe. It's such a speed, such a space. Only thing is, it has to be covered. It has to be ensured. We need to ensure that it is not affected by any kind of law or regulation that is happening. So I think today, if you see, welcome Dr. Karthik Prabhu, our Under Secretary General, to join us in the stage. So I come back that there is huge knowledge explosion. Our job, that is IMA's job, to cover it, to protect it. To protect from what? Protect from the threats. I take only one subject today which is challenging us. But before that, I tell you, all the office bearers today in IMA are all busy practitioners, are all academicians. And you see, all are specialists. I'm also a laparoscopy surgeon. I do lots of laparoscopy every day. I do. But at the same time, I'm a politician. I'm a medical politician. We have to be like that. Otherwise, our leadership, you know, today, doctors lost their leadership of healthcare. We are not the leaders today. Unfortunate, very sad thing. There is one kind of academic explosion happening. There's so much of academic activity. We are trying to bring in all the latest development in all departments, all disciplines for the benefit of the patient. We give it next day. The patients are benefited. But still, we are not the leaders of healthcare today. Why? Because we are not, we forgot one area, that is medico-political work. Medico-political work. And we concentrate only on academic, and this leadership of be forfeited to people that they regulate us, they govern us, they bring more laws, more regulations. So we are under threat. There is, you know that July 1st, we celebrated Doctors' Day. The same day, the history of India, the history of healthcare profession, history of healthcare sector, the most draconian inhibitory law has been imposed on us. People are not aware, people are not sensitized that if any death happens and there is a complaint of negligence, doctors will be awarded 2 years imprisonment in addition to fine. Earlier it was one of IPC where there was a clause that doctors can be punished either with the fine or imprisonment in case of criminal negligence, which is proved. Now it is both. So what is important? What is significance? What is crucial thing is, and a doctor where he lost a patient and there is a complaint of medical negligence, he can be arrested. He can be arrested. Even there is a 0 FIR today. There is a lot of things have happened. New things have come. Instead of IPC, there is a Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita today. Because of CRPC, Code of Criminal Procedure, there is Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Samhita. Everything is changed. Everything changed. The entire climate has changed for doctors. That is entire academic explosion that is happening today, all under threat. And people will become inhibitive. People will definitely hesitant to do all kinds of procedure. People will become hesitant to take up serious cases for the fear of imprisonment. My dear friends, we people who are sitting here are working day and night to protect this knowledge, protect our medical profession, protect our next generation rather, I should say that. There are millions of young doctors coming every year. 1,07,000 MBBS graduates. What are going to live it in this country for them? The atmosphere where we started our practice. These kinds of laws were not there. So, my dear friends, I would like to tell you the important message that IMA, particularly IMA Tamil Nadu State Branch, has taken up this work, and we met all the people concerned, and we have taken up with the Chief Minister to dilute this particular law, to dilute this criminal procedure according to the Jacob Moti case, where the doctor will not be arrested immediately on a complaint, and the doctor should not be called to the police station, and the procedure should see that this 2 years imprisonment would not be awarded to a doctor where there is a case of medical negligence. I congratulate all the people who are working every day, like Sendil Anand, in spite of their busy practice, they are showing all this energy. They had lots of potential energy. Now you see the kinetic energy that is flowing. There was so much of kinetic energy flowing in IMA today because of the sacrifice, devotion, and dedication all of our doctors. Remember, all of them are busy practitioners. Don't think they are doctor working in IMA not having practice. They are having hectic practice because the dedication, the emotionally attached to the development that are happening, and we are all working. And I congratulate particularly the CGP wing, which has been very active. And I thank Dr. Sendil and all the team, Pollachi IMA. And I would like to put a request to Pollachi IMA today. And there is a decision in Tamil Nadu IMA to start FM radio in IMA, right? FM radio already passed in the State Council. There is a provision called Community FM, where you can start easily, but you will have a radius of only 30 to 40 kilometers. And we will put scientific matter to the people. So many people, unscientific matter are there in the social media. We have to counter that. We are the people. We are the important stakeholder of medical and healthcare delivery in the country. So I wish to ask and also support that the Pollachi IMA to start one FM radio here. You know, we can start function morning and evening and deliver a useful and scientific content to the society, and down the line, maybe in 10 years time, and the FM radio run by IMA will take a center stage. Thank you very much, all of you, the plastic surgeon, all the physician, doctor who have spared your important and very valuable time for the sake of our profession. I salute you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presidential address. Now, I request our professor, Dr. J. Jayalal, sir, who is right now in UK. So, sir is a Secretary General of Commonwealth Medical Association and President-elect of President-elect in the incoming year. Sir. Please start your keynote address, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sendil, and beloved and distinguished Dr. Abul Hassan, doing a yeoman service to Indian Medical Association, distinguished office bearers of the Medical Association, Secretary General Dr. Karthik, our National Vice President, and distinguished office bearers. Indeed, it is a great honor and privilege to be with you at this. Some disturbances. I'm sorry that I'm not able to. That is. Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation to be with you at this moment. It is a passionate for me to be involved in the College of General Practitioners activities. I'm indeed extremely happy and delighted to see that IMA CGP Tamil Nadu wing is organizing the long week program of medical education and providing the updated skills and knowledge, including the plastic surgery skills, to the people of our Tamil Nadu. I'm so happy that nearly 500 people have joined this CME program, and definitely they will be benefited by this. And we are living in an era where this knowledge is power, and the knowledge what we are going to get through these continuing medical education programs will definitely help us and empower us and enable us to do the greater job to the community in which it is we are responsible. I'm sorry because I'm not be here because I've been here in one of the important program on a medical education, and I'm being part of a program of international medical educators, the 3 days program of a discussion where we had an opportunity to be with the World Medical Association of the Medical Educators, Professor Harden, who is considered as a father of medical education, and other dignified people, and various issues with related to the medical education and how best the associations, healthcare organization, and help in the medical education is discussions, and a lot of things were being discussed with the various country people representative. One of the things which I presented was on the environmental health and the climate change, which is one of the sustainable healthcare as a priority of the doctors of this country. That's one of the issue which we are facing today, the climate change or the carbon production or the gas emission. Hospital industry are considered as the 5th largest industry producing the environmental impact. So a lot of things are necessary for us to talk about the environmental changes, the climate changes, the One Health concept, which is the India government is now practicing, that is the environmental, animal, and the human being, all their health are interrelated to that. So we used to talk about the College of General Practitioners as a special emphasis on the issues which are not discussed or taught in the regular curriculum has to be taken as a priority by the College of General Practitioners. That is why initial days when we were talking about the family medicine as an important thing, as a primary healthcare physician, then we are talking about the emergency healthcare, Now, another important message, we are talking about the sustainable healthcare or the climate change impact. I belong to Kanyakumari district where the water bodies are very relevant. We had a lot of ponds, but today that one Kanyakumari district is getting a problem for water. And the water is now available only in the bottled water. We never thought in the early days that we will be carrying the waters in the bottle to drink, and because it is not available for the people to drink. So that is not true, not only for one district, it has been happening throughout the district. And hospitals are also the areas or the institutions where we are producing a lot of climate change impact on that. So I appeal to the College of General Practitioners also to take an issue when they talk about then how best that we will be able to mitigate the footprints of the carbon, how we are going to create, and that is a challenge in front of us, especially as we are people living in an area like Pollachi, where there is totally surrounded by the lot of health, the environmental beauty, and definitely we can do a good job. If you take Bhutan, Bhutan is one country where there is a lot of the environmental beauty is there, and now they are declared as a country of the zero carbon emission country. That means their country is able to, the amount of carbon they produce and the amount of carbon they absorb are almost now equal. So that level they are there. So Pollachi also has an opportunity that that we will be able to make the area as a carbon-free area as a hospital industry. I'm so happy that College of General Practitioners is organizing this program where which we are able to train. There's quite a lot of people on that. I always firmly believe, because the knowledge what you are going to get today is not going to start with you. It is not that you are getting updated, but the benefit of this is going to be reached to the people who are in the society. When they are going to come to you for a treatment, when they are on a consultation or getting any treatment, and you are going to transfer this knowledge to them. The plastic surgery skills which you have learned today is going to be definitely help at least one person when he is coming with an injury to the thumb or the burns injury, that you are going to do a greater job. So ultimately, this College of General Practitioners is not only doing the academic dispensation, but we are doing a social transformation. This is a social responsibility of Indian Medical Association that is done through the College of General Practitioners. I am so happy. Leaders of IMA CGP of Tamil Nadu are doing extremely good job, and more so the leaders of the IMA Tamil Nadu. It was a marvelous program of the Jeevan or Ariyur, which has been inaugurated by our Honorable Chief Minister. I think we should salute our President, our Secretary, and the Treasurer for Finance Secretary for this human service, for taking it to the higher level and implementing this. And when we are sharing this with the international leaders, and they were amazed to see that an organization is coming forward to take the social responsibility and implementing to this in a greater way. So this is a credit goes to the Tamil Nadu State IMA for this excellent and exemplary work we are doing for that. So I congratulate that all the officers, especially the Tamil Nadu State IMA. And I also take this an opportunity to invite you to the Commonwealth Medical Association Biennial Conference to be held in Chennai from November 8 to 10, along with the International Congress of the Family Medicine. And I will have the privilege to be President of the Commonwealth Medical Association there. So I appeal to you that we are looking forward to see you all in November with the help of the Tamil Nadu State IMA and IMA College of General Practitioners. We will be having a wonderful international congress and also the celebration of the Commonwealth Medical Association conference. So I miss Pollachi, I miss Dr. Thangamuthu sir and all the legendary Pollachi men, especially the secretary's Tamil language of the way of his articulation and the people's the love and affection. I'm missing it today, and definitely I will be visiting the Pollachi shortly. But my hearty congratulations to Sendil and our Anand and all the office bearers of IMSCGP for an excellent work. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Looking forward to meet you all in a wonderful way. Thank you very much once again for the excellent academic responsibility and academic dispensation and with the social responsibility you are doing at this era. Thank you very much.
CGP, Dr. Sachidit Bora sir, to give his address.
Yeah. Very good evening to everyone present here, especially the Tamil Nadu State President, Dr. Abu Hassan, the State Secretary, Dr. Kartik Prabhu, the Director of Studies, Tamil Nadu State Faculty of IMA CGP, Dr. Senthil Kumar, Dr. Chukalingam, the Dynamic Secretary of Tamil Nadu CGP, our Honorable Vice President, Dr. Gunasekaran sir, the Commonwealth Medical Association President, waiting his Grand Association, Dr. Jayalal sir, Dr. Rahul Raj sir, Dr. Rahul Raj sir, and all the leaders of IMA and all the distinguished delegates who are present here. I am really delighted to see this grand academic fiesta that has been going on for the last 5 days. And we are really proud of IMA Tamil Nadu CGP State Faculty. They're the leading faculty in the whole of the country, not because the IMA headquarters, CGP headquarters is situated in Tamil Nadu, but because there are so many academic enthusiasts, starting from Ahul Raj sir, Jayalal sir, and the legacy has been carried forward by young colleagues like Dr. Senthil Kumar and so on. So during the last 5 days, you have covered so many important academic activities, and the general practitioners, they are the first interaction with the people, so they have to be updated. So we are very happy that starting from diabetes, hypertension, up to plastic surgery. So various topics have been covered during last 5 days. And today especially, I am very delighted that we have covered such an important subject like suture materials and suturing, which is a very important subject for each and every practitioner. So these are very important topics we have covered. I congratulate the CGP State Faculty for successfully conducting this CME. Tamil Nadu State Faculty also was very active in conducting many fellowships, like we have got diabetic fellowships, diabetic food fellowships, then respiratory diseases, infection control. So many fellowships programs are being conducted by Tamil Nadu State Faculty. I believe all the practitioners who have attended this conference will be very enthusiastic to take part in this fellowship and certificate programs. And as Dr. Jayalal sir has already told you, there will be an international conference on family medicine, as well as the installation of the Commonwealth Medical Association Chairman, Dr. Jayalal sir, President Dr. Jayalal sir. So that will be in Chennai on November 7th and 8th, November 8th to 10. So I believe you all will be there. And the next month in December, we'll have the annual conference of the IMA CGP, that is known as the GPCON in Guwahati in Assam, also in December 9th and 10th. I invite you all to this annual conference in Assam also. And I believe you all will be updated and enriched with enormous knowledge in both these conferences. And I look forward to welcome you all in Guwahati also in December. With these few words, I thank the Tamil Nadu State Faculty for giving me the opportunity to present myself in this on virtual platform. I apologize, my sincere apologies. I could not be physically present in Pollachi because of the distance and the last minute invitation I got from Senthil Kumar. Anyway, I would have loved to visit Pollachi. Thank you very much and all the best.
Good evening, everyone. Respected State President Dr. Abul Hassan, the President-elects Dr. Sengutuvan, Dr. Sridhar, Honorary Secretary of IMA Tamil Nadu, Dr. Kartik Prabhu, Vice President Dr. Chandrasekharan, Dr. Jayalal, the Commonwealth Secretary General, Dr. Satyajit Bora, the Dean of Studies of IMA Headquarters, IMA CGP, Secretary Tamil Nadu State Faculty and Joint Secretary of IMA Headquarters, Dr. D. Senthil Kumar, the Secretary of State Faculty, Dr. our Anand Chokalingam, and President and Secretary of Pollachi IMA branch, senior members, Dr. Ganapati, Dr. Ramakrishnan, and all the faculty members from plastic surgery department from various institutions who is attending today, and all the members of the IMA Pollachi and nearby branches attending today, and online for the past 5 days, large numbers
more than 850 members. I congratulate all of you. This is the valedictory function. This is the congratulations and appreciation for the organizers who have done human service to disseminating the knowledge to our members. More than 1,000 members have been benefited. So that is a great thing. I congratulate the office bearers of the Tamil Nadu State Faculty, especially Dr. Senthil Kumar and Dr. Anand, and all the faculty members who have given a very good lectures for our members. It is a time to get enlighten our members. That is, they have to update their knowledge because we are going to face a great difficult time in future in dealing with the patients. Because of this BNS, the criminalization law has come to in vogue. We are facing difficult problems, and definitely the members are in turmoil. Every day they face whether the patient will survive or not. Definitely the bad patients are going to come to our hospital. On the patient side, nowadays, nobody leaving their elders in the house or any patients in the house, at least to the government hospital or private hospital, they are admitting in the last minute, and they are dying without we diagnose what is the cause. At that time, the law enforcement department have right to implicate on us and arrest on us and put us on jail. I have already told in many meetings that if one day we are in jail, that is shame for our profession. The term that jail should be removed, that is the plight of the IMA. We are fighting for that. And also the attack on doctors. These are all the two issues the IMA headquarters are going to fight through the newly elected MPs. We are going to meet all the elected MPs. Earlier, we have met most of the MPs who candidates who are contested. At least they should take the issue in the parliament. Better patient-doctor relationship and have a good time. I congratulate the office bearers of IMA CGP Tamil Nadu faculty for the wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our state president-elect, Dr. Sengutun sir, to give his address.
Good evening to everybody. Respected President Dr. Abu Hassan, our Senior Vice President, National Vice President Dr. Gudasegaran, President-elect Dr. Sridhar, our Honorary Secretary Dr. Karthik Prabhu, our West Zone Vice President Chandrasekharan, Pollachi legend Dr. Ganapati. He is from our Rasipram. Basically, he is from Rasipram, near to our Athur and Salem, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Let me thank you for the opportunity given. When I was the director of CGP last year and year before, we conducted the same program, and the sponsor was the Ganga Hospital. I must thank for them this year also. CGP is the one who is continuously teaching enlightening the knowledge of the general practitioners. Recent update is given, and we are conducting 6 or 7 courses, and already 3 courses have been started. 4 courses have been started, and it is going on continuously. Likewise, Academy of Medical Specialty of the IMA, Tamil Nadu State Branch also conducting, but for the specialties people. This is for all the general practitioners who want to enlighten their knowledge. It is highly useful for them. And I request all the members of the IMA Tamil Nadu to utilize the opportunities of the CGP conducting courses and register more yourselves on the course and increase your knowledge with this. The Tamil Nadu Medical Council has stated that 30 hours of points to be collected for the period of 5 years. But during this CGP collegiate program, we have given 5 marks only for the last 5 days. Every month, they are conducting over new programs, CME programs. And if you are regularly attending the CGP programs only, we can get the 30 hours of marks within 2 to 3 hours, 2 to 3 years. The work done by the CGP people, Dr. Senthil Kumar Anand Chokkalingam, is commendable and to be appreciated. And they are doing the highest for the IMA and to benefit our colleagues. Thanks for the opportunity given. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Yes.
I've forgotten to say, coming December 15th, CGPCON conference is going to be held at Salem, Tirthamalai Counter Kalyana Mandapam. So the first early registration period has been closed to June 30th, and it now goes to 4,000. But personally, I request for this July month also, this early bird registration will continue. And I request all the members to register at the earliest and to make it the conference very successful one. Thank you for the opportunity.
As National President. Now I request Dr. Arulraj sir, past National President, to give his special address.
Good evening, Senthil, and Tamil Nadu State President, National Vice President, Dean, and the incoming President of Commonwealth, and the leaders of Pollachi and Tamil Nadu. I am so happy to see you all digitally on this occasion. I am here at Chennai for a Royal College exam of the GPs. Friends, I am going on observing the activities of Tamil Nadu State Branch of IMA CGP and National IMA CGP. Great congrats to both of them, doing an excellent work. As all of you know, IMA was a socio-medical body. In 1956, it was realized it should contribute academically also. Therefore, 2 wings were started. One was for GPs, which was named as IMA College of General Practitioners. One for specialists, that is IMA AMS. These 2 were started working. And after that, we all decided to shift the IMA CGP to Chennai, because I was there as a dean and we were doing a lot of work. And now it is functioning here at Chennai. All of you know that it is going on so well. See, the purpose of the IMA College of General Practitioners is to upscale the knowledge and skills of family physicians. Why, you may ask? See, there are about 6 lakh of doctors who are registered, who are alive as on date in IMR. And at least 4 lakh of them are IMA members.
Of that, around, 80% are family physicians. We are, concerned about the MDs, MS, and subspecialty DMs and MCH. But basically, the healthcare, backbone is formed by the family physician. Their knowledge and scale, skills have to be upskilled. That is what, when our current president, who was earlier Secretary General, we went around the country to create university accredited courses. The courses are of two types. One is a certifying courses, another is a voluntary courses or their own, willing. The courses that we are doing, most of them are, voluntary courses. They don't have any certification on that. My request to all the leaders of Tamil Nadu, IMA CGPs, create courses which are registrable, at least which is, endorsed by an university. Dr. Abul Hassan knows about it. Martin Luther Christian University, we got it for IMA CGP since we wanted it. Number two, IMA CGP national headquarters and Tamil Nadu state or any state should coordinate and work. There should not be any repetition on the courses or activities because that will confuse the members. And we are doing a lot. We should do more structured courses. There should be a knowledge component. There should be a skill component. Both must be combined and then given. Then it serves the purpose for the practitioners. Otherwise, it runs of its own. And I'm sure we'll be able to do more on that. So, Satyajit Bora said that we have the national conference in Guwahati in December. And in November, in our own state, we have 8, 9, 10, international congress. After a long time, we are doing it. We have done it earlier twice. Now we are doing it, combining with Commonwealth Medical Association Conference, wherein our Jailal will be, installed as a president. And I request all of you to come. Again, my concluding remark will be should be a structured course which is recognized or endorsed by an university so that the people who are taking it up will be benefited and they will be free from legal issues. I am sure this was happening. This will happen. This will also be the benchmark for the academic activities. My good wishes to the office bearers of Tamil Nadu State IMA CGP, Tamil Nadu State and local Pollachi State for doing their excellent academic, fiesta for the past 5 days. I am sure we will do more. My good wishes. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Now I request our State President-elect, Dr. Sridhar sir, to give his address.
Good evening, everyone. The most respected President of the State, Dr. Abul Hassan, the leaders on the dais, Dr. Shaktivel, Kartik Prabhu, Gunasegaran Ansar, Sengutu Ansar, Anand Chakalingam Sendil, and all the dignitaries in front of me, including the faculty of plastic surgery. It has been a great pleasure to keep coming to Pollachi. I've been here many times as a faculty secretary of CGP, as a nursing home board secretary, subsequently as honorary state secretary, then as an NSB chairman. So Pollachi has been more like a second home to me. But you see, the most difficult times is to address an audience or a class just before lunch, immediately after lunch, and a meeting during dinner time. Anyway, I will do my duty as a felicitation. See, IMA CGP has been doing a wonderful job in Tamil Nadu especially. Ever since Professor Dr. Avindraj sir managed to bring the CGP headquarters to Tamil Nadu, Chennai. We have seen a plethora of leaders taking care of CGP. Don't think CGP is orphan child, or second child, third child. Please don't think like that. IMA CGP has always been a favorite wing of the, you can see that by the fact that it has been chaired as faculty secretary and then national CGP secretary by none other than Professor Arudraj himself, subsequently Dr. Jailal, who was the faculty secretary, then national CGP secretary before he became the honorary state secretary. Dr. Gunasegaran, the senior vice president, had been a national CGP secretary. Dr. Abul Hassan had been a national CGP secretary. Dr. Sengutu had been a director of CGP secretary, and myself had been a faculty secretary of CGP. So please know this as an academic wing. CGP had always been close to the hearts of all the administrators of IMA. Today, CGP is facing a competition from the other wings, AMS and academic committee. But these two guys, with the help of leaders, members like Suresh and Dr. Rajesh Semgodan, Dr. Anand Chukkalingam and Sundil Kumar, have managed to remain a step ahead of the other academic wings by their excellent activity. Initially, CGP was conducting courses, as you are aware. Laboratory goes to the gem of the course from the CGP, attended by hundreds. It's because we have a national audience. Okay, then, so to that level now, CGP has widened its wings, now flying high, covering the entire nation with its academic excellence. We are able to get excellent faculty because of that. Professors who are otherwise very busy, heads of departments who are very busy in the medical colleges, heads of private institutions, they are coming and training our general practitioners. Even it's not just in general practice, specialty people like me who is in ophthalmology. CGP team and the host branch IMA Pollachi for inviting me to this meeting and for the excellent hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our Honorary State Secretary, Dr. Karthik Prabhu, sir, to give his address.
Most respected President, leaders on the dais of the dais. Good evening, everybody. In 3 minutes, I'll finish. I know I'm standing in between dinner. There are a lot of people here. அதில் பொள்ளாச்சியில் இருக்கிற members கொஞ்சம், faculty கொஞ்சம் mixed crowd. இதுல ஒரு point we definitely need to see. Meeting arrange பண்றவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு பெரிய கஷ்டம்னா அந்த மீட்டிங் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணணும், அதுக்கு பணம் சேர்க்கணும், கூட்டம் சேர்க்கணும். ஸோ தேர் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ட். மீட்டிங் ஸ்பான்சர் பண்ணவங்களுக்கு நம்ம விசிபிலிட்டி கிடைக்கணும், நம்ம நினைச்சது நடக்கணும், கேட்கறாங்க, அவங்களுக்கு அவங்க பிரச்சனை. அட்டன் பண்றவங்க தான் ஹாப்பியஸ்ட் பீப்புள். நினைச்சா உட்காரலாம், இல்ல கிளம்பலாம். ஐ ரியலி அப்ரிஷியேட் தெம். பட் there are certain people who need not stay, but they still stay. I request everybody to give a big round of applause for them. ஏன்னா they are the future leaders of IMA. They are the future leaders of IMA because ஒரு மினிமம் வேஜஸ் எடுத்துக்கோங்க, ஒரு இன்சூரன்ஸ் ப்ராப்ளம் எடுத்துக்கோங்க. When we go and meet any government office, we have to sit for hours together. We have to be patient there. So somebody who has an enormous patience, they always say a surgeon should have a heart of a lion and a figure of a lady. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு லயன்ஸ் ஹார்ட்டோட 4 பேர் இருந்தாலும் அவங்களுக்கு பேசிட்டு போகணும். பிகாஸ் ஸ்பீக்கரா வர்றவங்க, கெஸ்டா வர்றவங்க, அவங்க இவர் காரைக்குடியில இருந்திருக்காரு, ஒரு ஆத்தூர்ல இருந்திருக்காரு, ஈரோட்ல இருந்து வந்திருக்காரு, ஒரு திருச்சியில இருந்திருக்காரு, நான் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல இருந்து வந்திருக்கேன். ஸோ தென் ஹூ ஆர் ஹாப்பி இன் திஸ் மீட்டிங் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம்னா எவ்ரிபடி இஸ் ஹாப்பி சார். Everybody is happy because we've seen so many places, so many types. What we have to understand is leaders should be patient, and the patience is the first quality of leadership that you can find. I request everybody to take a photograph in Pollachi branch. Idhula yaar yaralla office bears illo, my dear friend Sridevi is there, Srivasan sir is there. The mari yaar yaralla irukangalo who are ready to be patient, I think they should go to the next level where patience is the most important thing, because the perseverance is something which we need to continuously follow. Now, before concluding, I'll tell, my parents doctors are, of course my parents are doctors. I am a doctor today. Tomorrow my daughter is also interested in medicine. I'm sure most of you have here. Unga children doctors are irupanga, illa son-in-law, daughter-in-law hospital ellam vechirukom. But tomorrow if they are facing a difficulty in practice, it is today's mistake, our mistake. We have not adequately represented or appropriately represented. That is our mistake that the next generation is going to suffer. We have already done lots of mistakes with regards to same insurance scheme rates by signing off on unviable rates and a lot of things where we are not represented in unity. Adanala, there are a lot of people playing, but this is not the forum for that. I congratulate everybody, but please be united, read Tuma newsletter, come to the meetings, and kadasi varaikku irukavanga office bearer ulla kondu varadhukku try pannunga solli. With this time, thanks for the opportunity. I congratulate Pollachi branch for the hospitality and CGP team for great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I call upon our West Zone Vice President, Dr. Chandrasekhar, to give his felicitations.
Respected President sir, and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. CGP வந்து actually headquarters வந்து சென்னையில இருக்கு. It is at the apt place where Tamil Nadu is doing lot of wonderful CGP work. அதே மாதிரி இவர் ஜெயலலிதா சார் சொன்னது வந்து அண்ட் அதர் இது எல்லாமே ஃபேமிலி பிசிஷியன் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கான்செப்ட் இருந்தது. அதுல வந்து எனி பீப்புள் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஹெல்த் இது வந்து அந்த ஜெனரல் பிராக்டிஷனர்கிட்ட போவாங்க. அவங்க எங்க வந்து டைரக்ட் பண்றாங்களோ அங்க போய் ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் எடுத்துட்டு they were very happy. இப்போ வந்து அந்த ஃபேமிலி பிசிஷியன் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கான்செப்ட் வந்து இல்லாததுனாலதான் அவங்க யாரை நம்புறதுன்னு தெரியாம எல்லாத்துக்குமே வந்து டவுட் வர்றது எல்லாத்துக்குமே கோர்ட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு இருக்காங்க. தட்ஸ் வை வி ஆர் ஃபேசிங் நம்ம பிபிஎல்எஸ்எஸ்லயும் மற்ற இதுலயும் நிறைய வந்து கேசஸ் வரதுக்கு காரணம் வந்து அந்த மக்களுக்கும் டாக்டருக்கு அதாவது ட்ரீட் பண்ற டாக்டருக்கும் நடுவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த ஹார்மோனி வந்து ஒழுங்கா இல்லாததுனாலதான். ஸோ டு கிரியேட் தட் வந்து சிஜிபி வந்து எவ்ரி பிசிஷியன் அதாவது ஜெனரல் பிசிஷியன்ஸை வந்து டு த அதாவது எல்லா விஷயத்திலையும் மாஸ்டர் ஆக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து இதனுடைய நோக்கம் இல்லை. எல்லா விஷயத்திலையும் இருக்கக்கூடிய கரண்ட் ட்ரெண்ட்ஸை வந்து அவங்களுக்கு வந்து தெரிவிக்கணுங்கிறது அதை வந்து ரொம்ப நல்லா பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஐ கங்க்ராச்சுலேட் தெம் டு ஆல் அண்ட் தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. அது மட்டும் இல்லாத இந்த இதுல ஸ்டேஜ்ல வந்து நம்ம நேஷனல் சீனியர் வைஸ் பிரசிடென்ட் இருக்காரு. எல்லாருமே வந்து சாரும் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்கேன் சென்டர் வச்சிருக்காரு, செந்தில் சாரும். நம்ம வந்து எல்லாரும் வந்து பிஎன்பிசிடி ஆக்ட்ல வந்து பிரச்சனை இருக்கு, அதனால ஸ்கேன் சென்டருக்கு பிரச்சனை வருதுன்னு தான் பேசிட்டு இருக்கோமே ஒழிய அந்த இதுல இருந்து அவுட் ஆஃப் த பாக்ஸ் திங்கிங் வந்துட்டு ஏன் வந்து நம்ம வந்து யுஎஸ் மாதிரியோ இல்ல துபாய் மாதிரியோ டிஸ்க்ளோஷர் ஆஃப் செக்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற ஒன்ன வந்து திங்க் பண்ணக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய தாழ்மையான கருத்து. ஸோ அதை வந்து நம்ம வந்து கொண்டு வந்தோம் அப்படின்னா ஒண்டர்ஃபுல் சயின்டிபிக் அட்வான்ஸ்மெண்ட் தட் இஸ் வந்து will be used at ஒரு வென்ஃபிளான் போடுறதுக்கு கூட வந்து we can use the technology. ஸோ அந்த ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வந்து வரணும் அப்படின்னா நம்ம அந்த ஒரு மாய வலையில இருந்து அதை விடுவிச்சு வெளில கொண்டு வரணும். அதுக்கு எல்லாரும் வந்து இந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டியை இந்த இதை என்னுடைய வியூ எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் பண்றதுக்காக யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி அண்ட் கங்க்ராச்சுலேட் த சிஜிபி அண்ட் பொள்ளாச்சி. தேங்க்யூ சார்.
Thank you, sir. And now we have our awards distribution. So we have started, which was already there. So for those general practitioners who have completed 40 years of service, either in private or in government, so we are started to honor again. And we have all the zonal conferences. During all the zonal conferences, the nearby place people can come and attend. And so now I hand over the session to Dr. Soundarajan, sir, who will call the awardees.
Good evening to all. First, I call upon Dr. Ganapathy sir. Please come, sir. Salve certificate கொண்டு கொடுங்க. Next, Dr. J.K. Gopalsamy. Gopalsamy, sir. Please come, sir. Dr. N. Rajendran, Negamam. Dr. N. Rajendran. Rajendran, sir. Dr. A.R. Gopalakrishnan. Dr. A.R. Gopalakrishnan. Dr. Selvarajan, Pinnathakalavu. Dr. Selvarajan, sir. Dr. Kalevani Kotur. Dr. Kalevani Kotur. Next, Dr. Kalevani. Dr. Ravichandran, Vadakkipalayam. Dr. Ravichandran. Dr. Subramanian, Anamalai, Dr. Subramanian. Dr. A. Viswanathan, Dr. A. Viswanathan. Dr. N. Rajendran, Megamam. Dr. A. Viswanathan. Dr. Murugesan. Dr. Mangiyar Karasi, Dr. Mangiyar Karasi. Dr. Vijaya Chakrapani, Dr. Vijaya Chakrapani. Dr. Asai Tambi, Dr. Asai Tambi. Dr. Dharmambal, Dr. Dharmambal. Dr. Mangiyar Karasi.
Thank you, sirs, and thank you all the awardees for attending the event. And now we come to the end of the session with a vote of thanks. Now, I think this is one of the best crowd which we had in the recent times at the end of the meeting. Oh, oh. Yes. Sir, yes, yes.
IMA Tamil Nadu State Office is donating this IMA flag to the President of IMA Pollachi. Please keep it in all meetings, sir. And also our President is standing for National President. So I also best wishes for him.
Yes. Yes. So now I request our branch secretary to honor all our dignitaries with a shawl and a memento. I request our secretary to adore a shawl to our state president and chief guest, Dr. Abul Hassan, sir. Now I request our secretary to adore a shawl and memento to Dr. Gunashegaran, sir, Senior National Vice President. Thank you, sir. Now I request our branch president, Dr. Saktivel, sir, to adore a shawl and memento to our president-elect, Dr. Sengituan, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request our branch president again to order a shawl and memento to Dr. Sridhar, sir, president-elect. Thank you, sir. Now I request our branch secretary to order a shawl and memento. Sir, Honorary State Secretary, INET TNSP. Thank you, sir. Now I request our branch secretary to order a shawl and memento to Dr. Chandrasekhar, sir, our state vice president, West Zone. Thank you, sir. Now I request our branch secretary to order a shawl and memento to Dr. Anand, CGP secretary, IME TNSP. Thank you, sirs, for all your patience and coming all the way from your town. And really, this is a wonderful occasion for us. This gives more and more efforts and strength and courage to continue the same. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Abul Hassan, sir, to honor Dr. Sendil, the Director of Studies, CGP.
I thank our Pollachi branch to readily accepting to host this event. So we had a good support from plastic surgeons of Pollachi, Dr. Kaushik, Dr. Sangamitra, Dr. Purni, and we had a good sponsors to conduct this event. So we had a lot of stalls and support from all our trade. I thank all our members to attending in large number. Close to 250 persons have attended today. So thank you all. Thank you one and all. I request everyone to join for the dinner. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll have a group photo and we can disperse. Thank you.